Jerusalem, ikayalami, ngilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ngilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times as a juvenile. Ilondoloze, Sungangishilana. Look into my eyes, see pain and sacrifice. What's goes on my mind, just trying to survive. Ilondoloze, Sungangishilana. Tomaka emo uru, oti uru si uru. Emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju oro. Ni eni teju soro, time si mi solo. Lati ikoro si gboro, down to Ikorodu.
Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. Oluwabona, I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times as a juvenile. Ilondoloze, Tomaka emo uru, oti uru si uru. Emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju oro. Ni eni teju soro, time si mi solo. Lati ikoro si gboro, down to Ikorodu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you all right here today. If you're watching us live, we are grateful and we like that you're doing that right now. You can also call your friends to join. Welcome to the March Conference 2020. This is the second edition, and this is a conference usually organized by the Lead Africa Writers Network. And of course, this year is not an exception, and this year the theme is Shift, becoming a transformative writer. This is very important at this age and time. So many things are changing in the world, and we can see that there is a new normal which is unfolding before us. And as writers, we need to be equipped. As writers, we need to be ready. As writers, I believe that we are prophets. We are supposed to be the ones to chart the course. We're supposed to be the ones to set the pace for other people to follow. And that's why it's important that we have conferences like this. And that, of course, is the reason why the Lead Africa Network Lead Africa Writers Network have come up with this. And so, taking us further today, I'll be inviting no other than that person who has deemed it fit to have something like this, somebody who the Lord has given the vision. And this is the person who will be speaking to us today. She is the director, Lead Africa Writers Network. Her name is Lillian Akunwa. But before then, don't forget, I am Perpetua Fasomi Peter. But about now, please, with a round of applause, let us welcome the director, and she will be making her opening remark. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause. It doesn't matter where you're listening from, you can clap. Okay, thank you, Perpetua. I'm so excited about this year's edition of Emerge Conference. And as a way of my address, I welcome you to this Emerge Conference tagged Shift, Becoming a Transformative Writer. This year's theme is largely an offshoot that characterized the year 2020, both nationally and globally. It's been said that the only constant thing it's been said that the only constant thing is change. And as we stand, change has become inevitable or possibly a new normal. Emerge is the yearly conference of Lead Africa Writers Network. The conference hosts industry leaders as speakers to equip writers in Nigeria and by extension Africa. The purpose of Emerge Conference is to see upcoming writers emerge and attain their full potentials. The first edition held physically last year, 30th November 2019, and also served as our official launch as an organization. This year's edition happens to be the second, and it is virtual. And I'm glad you're connecting with us from different parts of Nigeria and, of course, outside Nigeria. As you proceed to this conference proper, understand that for you to become a transformative writer, you must be prepared for a total mind shift, ready to navigate. You must be prepared and you must be ready to navigate through this new course because it's a new beginning, it's a new season. It is an uncharted course and you need to engage systems more intentionally, including technical ones. Your transformational plugins will not be without technological aid, with current emphasis on digital publishing, digital marketing, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and other relevant aspects of digitalization for adaptation to the global current. This virtual, as you already have it as participants, further communicates other relevant information. But more importantly, I believe you will make the most of this opportunity as the conference is value packed, yet free. We hope that your testimonial following this conference will help demonstrate that free things, in particular information, is worth gold to the right audience, which we consider you to be. Now, as an alumnus of the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, the US Consulate Program, one of the changer through the learning program was for me to follow my dreams. I do not only recall that as a take home, but I will continue to bring same to you as a writer, both myself and the management of the Lead Africa Writers, holding you up through our platform till your dream comes to fruition. So I want you to be fully involved in all the sessions because they are value packed. Thank you, and I wish every one of us a successful Emerge conference. Thank you so much, Liliana Koma, for that beautiful one. And yes, she's saying she really believes in all of us achieving and fulfilling our dreams. And that is something I also believe is very important. So it doesn't matter what your dreams are, they are valued. Yes, they are valued. And so you can also achieve that particular dream. And then moving on today, we have a lot of people lined up to speak to us. These are experts in their own various industries. And our first speaker for today is none other than Tolu Akeyemi. But before we bring her here, we'd like you to hear a thing or two about our speaker, Tolu Akeyemi.
Tolu Akinyemi, Tolu A. Akinyemi, MSc, CAMS, ACSI, Prince 2, ITIL, hails from Nigeria and lives in the UK, where he has been endorsed by the Arts Council England as a writer with exceptional talent. Tolu is the author of 7 outstanding books, which includes Dead Lions Don't Roar, Poetry 2017, Unravel Your Hidden Gems, Essays 2018, Dead Dogs Don't Bark, Poetry 2018, Dead Cats Don't Mew, Poetry 2019, Never Play Games with the Devil, Poetry 2019, Inferno of Silence, Short Stories 2020, A Booktiful Love, Poetry 2020, 2 poetry collections, Black Inferno and Never Marry a Writer, are scheduled for publication in early 2021. His poems have appeared in the 57th issue, Volume 15, Number 1 of the Wilderness House Literary Review, The Writer's Coffee Magazine, Issue 18, GN Books, Lion and Lilac, and elsewhere. He is the co-founder at Lion and Lilac, a UK-based arts organization. Join me as I welcome Tolu Akinyemi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tolu A. Akinyemi, aka Toludo, the Lion of Newcastle. It's a great pleasure to be part of the Emerge Conference 2020, and I am particularly in love with the theme of this conference. Because for us to move from where we are to where we need to be, we need to shift. To become a transformative writer, we need to move from our current status to the next level. Like we all know, the world is changing. we we are able to connect with every part of the world effortlessly, seamlessly. And I think the Emerge Conference 2020 is going to lead to the emergence of new leaders in every sphere, and it would also help us to bet new transformative writers. And it's a great pleasure to be part of the show today, to be part of the event today. And I hope you will have so many takeaways from the Emerge Conference 2020. And like Lillian said, there will be a lot of testimonials and takeaways from this conference. So it's a great pleasure to be part of the conference. And I hope you will really find this session interesting and with so many things to take away. Thank you.
All right, so we're expecting you to speak to us on globalization as a transformative writer. So we're looking at the fact that the world is becoming global and we are all connected. And so as writers, we want to be able to reach out to the whole world. We want to be able to, reach out to people. We want to be able to speak the language of other people in other climes. So we would like you to help us shed light on how I or anybody as a writer can begin to use language or can begin to speak the language of the global world.
Yeah, so on shifting via localization, I would say the first thing as a writer, as a transformative writer, you need to be intentional. So you need to be intentional about your writing. You do not just write for the sake of writing, but you must write because you want to you want things to change. You are writing for a particular cause, something really, really dear to your heart, something that is dear to you. So I would say that the world is changing rapidly. I am in the UK today, but I have connections all around the world. I have a platform that also promotes writers from around the world as well. So that goes to show us that writing must be intentional. The days whereby we are comfortable with where we are, those days are long gone and those days are over. So, and for us to tap into all the opportunities available around us in the world today, then we have to be intentional about our writing. The world is changing. Who are your connections? What do you write about? That is what I mean by intentionality. So you don't just write because everybody is writing on a particular topic. You are writing because you want things to change, because you have causes you believe in that you want to shed light on. So trans that is what transformation is about, making things happen, causing change. So as a transformative writer, what you must have at the back of your mind is that, are you writing with intentionality, or are you just writing for the sake of writing? So that's a valid point to consider. And like the Emerge conference says, shift. I'm a Nigerian writer, but for me to take my writing to the next level, for me to move from just being a Nigerian writer to write for the whole world, I need to shift. I need to transform. There must be a paradigm shift. Otherwise, I am in a box where nobody gets to know me, gets to know my work. So, so that's what the first point is all about, that our writing must espouse intentionality. So to take your writing from where you are currently and to move it to the next level, then you must shift. You must think transformation. You must think global. You don't do not limit yourself to your immediate environment. Do not limit yourself to where you are at the minute. Think beyond borders. Think global. So that's the first point I would like to articulate in terms of shifting via localization. You are not just writing because everyone is doing it, but you are writing with a purpose, you have an aim that you want to achieve as a writer. So even as an author, why do you do what you do? Those are some of the things that we need to take, we need to have at the back of our minds as a transformative writer. So my next point is, are you a transformative writer? And that is a very burning question that we should ask ourselves today. Are you a transformative writer? Do you write just for the sake of writing? Or do you write to transform? Do you write to cause change? And do you write to make things happen? So those are some of the things that we need to highlight as well. So do you write just because everybody is writing? Oh, my friends are writing, I need to write as well. Or do you write because you want to make a difference in your community? Do you have things that when your name is mentioned as a writer that would resonate with with you? So I think that is something that we need to like highlight as a transformative. I think that is something that we need to highlight as a transformative writer. So, and personally, what I would advise people is that for you to move from being a local writer to an international audience, you need to have a bigger picture in mind. You need to think beyond your current level. You need to look at opportunities around you. You need to expand. You need to shift. You need to shift your mindset. You need to shift your thinking pattern. Do I want to be remembered as a writer? Because the thing is that all over the world, there are millions of writers, millions of books are published every year. So, as a published author or a writer, your writings might has the potential to get lost in the midst of all, in the sea. Let me put it that way. Your writing has the potential to get lost in the sea of books, in the sea of writings available all around the world. But for you to move from where you are to where you want to be, then you must think outside, you must think global. That is where localization needs to come in. Change in thinking pattern, global picture in mind. I'm not just here to be known as a Nigerian writer who is serving Nigerian audience alone. I want to be renowned as a writer internationally. And that is what we need to embrace in the current climes because the opportunity is there, the opportunity to make use of, the opportunity to shift, to transform, to move to the next level is there. What are we doing? Think global, think global, think global, think global. I want to move to the next level, think global. I want to emerge. The conference is Emerge Conference 2020. For you to emerge from being a local writer, you need to think outside. And personally, I only began to see a major shift in my readership when I began to write with intentionality because I knew that when I was intentional about my writing, then I saw a shift in the acceptance of my works. I saw a shift in my readership. I saw a shift in the people that wanted to, I now had like a following because I was writing with intentionality. I had to break myself free from the shackles of my immediate environment. So I think it's very important as writers that for us to shift, to transform, to become a transformative writer, break yourself free from that shackles, the shackles of limiting you to your immediate environment. Does your writing have a purpose? So we need to have a writing purpose. I won't just write a book because I feel like writing a book. There's a purpose behind that book. So, and that is the same thing that should come with our writing. It's not like, oh, I will read someone's work and I need to write as well. No, there must be something, there must be a trigger, there must be a shift, there must be a shift, there must be something that inspires, that should motivate you to write about what you are writing about. So, personally, as the author, does your writing, does it cause a stir within you? Does your writing, as the author, if I write something, like there are times I just go back to my books and I start reading them again because it causes every time I go back, I open, I feel like something happens within me. So, and that's the same way for your readership as well. So, for you to emerge, for you to shift, for you to become a transformative writer, you need to have a bigger picture in mind. You need to write with intentionality. You need to have a writing purpose. That is one of the ways by which we can embrace localization. That is moving from a local author to an international author. At a point in my writing journey, I was a celebrated poet in my immediate environment in Newcastle, the Lion of Newcastle. The name was everywhere, like locally. Then in my place of work where I was actually contracting, I was celebrated. But I discovered that because at that point in time I was not writing with intentionality. So I could write something that would be pleasant to my colleagues, but if someone picks it up, like my readership, audience, international audience, like, what's this guy on about? So that means I'm not, I'm not yet ready to shift. I'm not yet ready to emerge. I'm not yet ready to transform in terms of transforming myself into a global, into that global arena. Because if you put yourself in a box, in a box where people can only see, like people within an environment can understand what you're writing about, then you're not yet ready to move to that next level. So until I now saw that the secret to move from where I was to the next level was to be intentional. Don't just write because you want to write. So you can see how that changes. So as a writer, you need to have that perspective. Be intentional. Don't just write anyhow. I now saw that for me to move to the next level, there are some things I have to reject. There are some things I must consciously not write about because that is what intentionality, that is what it espouses. So as a writer, what what does it mirror? What does your writing, what does it mirror? Does your writing, does it mirror the society? Your writing must mirror something. So that's the question we should be asking ourselves as a writer. What so as a writer, what does a writing, what does it mirror? And so and you need to think about it as well. Do your readers, do they share an affinity with you? Do they share an affinity with you and your works? That's something we need to also put into perspective. So like I said before, your writing must actually mirror something. So you must know what you're writing about, because when you have a writing purpose, then you know that your writing would mirror something. If they call your name as a writer to say, this writer, Tolu Akinyemi, what does he write about? Your readership must know per se to say, oh, he writes about grief, love, pain, family, society, et al. So as a writer, your writing must mirror something specific, Oh, okay, hold on. Let me share my slide so everyone can see what. Let me share my slide. Let me share. Can you see my screen now? So, yeah. Okay, so are you a transform? So, what, like I was saying, what does your writing mirror? Do your readers they share an affinity with your works? So that's something we need to like talk about as well. Do your readers they share an affinity with you and your works? So if someone reads your work, do they see something? Do they learn something new? Is there something they can take away from your writing? So so do they share an affinity with you? Does your writing does it resonate with your audience? Does your writing does it grab does it leave your audience to say, wow, what a fantastic work? So those are some of the things we need to like take into account as a writer to transform, to become a transformative writer, to shift via localization. We need to break free from ourselves. We need to see beyond ourselves, So because for you to move to that next level, for you to move to the next level in your career, then you need to break free from yourself because you need to be intentional about what you write. So I won't just wake up today and start writing about myself. Yes, it's okay to share your experiences as a writer, to write about shared experiences with people you know, about the society you are in. But it is also very vital that your writing resonates with your audience. And for your writing to resonate with your audience, then it is very important that you must write works that would leave a lasting impression on your audience. So that's something vital that we need to take into account as well. So moving forward to the next slide. To shift via localization, you must see beyond borders. You must see beyond borders. It's very important that To shift from where we are, we must see beyond our local environments. We must write with a global audience in mind. As a writer, I have seen a rapid shift in the acceptability of my works as I embraced localization. Writing for a global audience is not a dilution of my works, and it should not be a dilution of your works. However, this does not mean you should ditch your content because you are writing to suit like a global audience. You can still write about your country, about your history, about happenings in your society. That's fine. That's absolutely good. It's not that we shouldn't be writing about those. So it's very important to write about that, but we must see beyond I must see beyond the fact that I am a Nigerian and only Nigerians must read my work, or only Nigerians must understand what I'm writing about. Because the world as it is today, we are exposed to so many opportunities around the world. And to benefit from all the opportunities that's available to us, we must always write with a global audience in mind. Be intentional about what you write, like I mentioned before. Don't just write for the sake of writing. At, you know, you must be to shift, to shift. Because personally, like I mentioned before, at a point in my writing journey, I was, all over the place in my locality and everything. But I felt like to move from being a local champion as it is to getting worldwide acclaim, then I needed to be intentional about what I was writing. I needed to be practical, to be intentional. It wasn't just a case of just writing for the fun of it or for the sake of writing. I know that for me to put a book out there or to publish a material, then it has to be top notch, it has to be standard. And I think it's very important as well as writers that that should be the focus of our writing. Because if you are just thinking about being celebrated in your local environment, then you will not shift via localization. You will not transform. You can never become a transformative writer as long as we cocoon ourselves into a box, into that box of limitation where what we write about does not resonate beyond our locality. So that's something fundamental that we need to that put we need to put to mind, and something fundamental that we need to. So you must know, for instance, you must know between the difference between a story, a poem, or an article that you need to publish on a blog, that you need to archive, or that you need to put out there for the whole world to read. So those are some of the things that I mean when I mention intention, that you have to be intentional about what you write. You don't just write for the sake of writing. Okay, for instance, I wrote a collection of poetry titled Black Does Not Equal Inferior. But in my collection of poetry, I I was not just writing about, oh, I was not taking like the white people and throwing them under the bus. That was not the intention of that book. The intention of the book was to celebrate Black excellence, to celebrate the Black skin, while calling out, racism, and talking about all the issues around that affect Black people. But so that's what I mean by writing about intentionality. It's not about just writing to to trigger people up, to say, oh, to just write anyhow, because if you write anyhow, you will get anyhow feedback. And that's the way it is. So we must be very intentional. As a writer that wants to take your writing beyond where you currently are, you need to write with intentionality. Yes. So transitioning, what next? This is what I always tell people all the time. Be original. It's very important to transform, to transition from being a local writer to to shift to the international audience, to shift to international leadership. Be original. It's something that we must always take away. The other day I was at an event conference, and somebody was asking me a question. Can I read another person's work and copy some words, even though I'm not, or twisting some words there and using it to write my own, or no, I said, well, that is plagiarism. As a writer, it's okay to read other people's works and let it inspire you, but to shift, to transform, you must grow beyond the level of reading someone's work and using their words, or reading someone's work and plagiarizing their works. That is not the way to earn international readership and acclaim. Because for you to write, for you to shift, for you to transform, for you to move to the next level, then you have to be original. You have to think about legacy works. And when I talk about legacy works, what I'm trying to say is that you need to start thinking about, as a writer, what's my legacy? What do I want to be remembered for? It's very important. Are you just writing for the sake of writing? Are you just writing because you want to write? No. You must be thinking about this practicality. You must be intentional. You must be original. You must think about legacy works. And when I see writers whose sole purpose is to transform and cause a change, if you want to transform and you want to cause a change, then you will never be a copy and paste writer. You will never be copy and paste. That's what I mean by the original. It will not be, oh, I read somebody's work and I want to replicate what that person has written. No, 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 it's not about that. It's not going to be a crime to be the first. It will not be a crime for you to be the first to think about that, to have a paradigm shift, to go to that next level. So that's, as a writer, to transform, to move to the next level. When I wrote my poetry collections, Dead Lions Don't Roar, Dead Dogs Don't Bark, Dead Cats Don't Meow, those are unique titles, never ever used by anyone before. Unravel Your Hidden Gems, unique title, never used by anyone before. Never Play Games with the Devil, unique title, never used by anyone before. Black Does Not Equal Inferior, unique title, never used by anyone before. Never Marry a Writer, unique title. That's what I'm talking about. Be original. Think about legacy works. When I'm talking about, there must be critical thinking. There must be a thought process. You don't just write because you want to churn out. I don't write because I just feel like, churning out works. There's critical thinking involved. There's a lot of thinking. So that is what originality. You must be original. To embrace localization, write with a global audience in mind. Be original, be creative, bring something different to the table. Because when you're writing with a global audience in mind, you're not just writing because you want to write. You need to be creative. I want to talk about Black Lives Matter. But a lot of people are talking about this. How can I write poetry that will resonate with international audience? I need to be creative. I need to be imaginative. I will not just, so that is, you must be calculated. There must be a calculated approach for you to grow from where you are to where you want to be. What do you want to be remembered for as a writer? That is what I'm talking about thinking about legacy works. You must know this as a writer. What do you want to be remembered for? Now, if I'm not even remembered for Dead Lions Don't Roar, I will be remembered for Black Not Inferior. So that is what a legacy work is all about. Look for a cause that is dear to your heart and follow that. Follow that. If you are inspired to write about something that a cause that you know resonates with you, that is dear to you, and you know that this cause is also a cause that is dear to the world, your writing you will be able to also, that's also a way to transform from a local audience to an international audience, to international readership. So you must always think about all of these things. Think about legacy works. When I wrote Dead Lions Don't Roar, Dead Dogs Don't Bark, Dead Cats Don't Meow, those were a series of inspirational poetry. I wanted to write poetry that could empower people, that could empower my readership, my audience, not just in the writings itself, but to give them abundance of self-belief that if Tolu Akinyemi can do this, then you can do it better. And in my preface, I kept saying that if I can write, if I can be renowned, then you can do it better. There's no difference. There's no difference at all. So for you as a writer to shift, to transform, to move global, be original and think legacy works. Be creative. If you can follow this approach, you would see that your writing game is up the next level. You see a shift. You will see a transformation. You would emerge from the sea of writers who are only known within their local sphere. So that is something that we need to take to, we need to take to, we need to take to art. So in closing, shift, transform, go global. So when I say shift, transform, go global, they all follow a sequence. You must make that decision. It must be conscious. It must be intentional to shift. Because to become a transformative writer, you need to be intentional about the transformation itself, about the change. You need to be intentional. So shift, transform, break limits because they are a sequence. When you shift, you are ready to transform, you are ready to change the way you are doing things currently, you are ready to break limits, you are ready to move beyond your local readership, your local audience. I also talked about forging new relationships. It's something that we need to consider. We need to forge new relationships. Start with what you have. Start. Don't wait for perfect, oh, I need someone to promote me. I need someone to help me share my works. You have a lot of opportunities at your fingertips. We have a lot of opportunities right now. We don't have to wait for personal, we don't have to wait for someone to the platform to promote us. Share your works on your platforms, your personal blog, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, WhatsApp. Share it far and wide. Those are your platforms. Start with what you have. It is very important. And like I always tell people, build your own platforms. That's what I tell writers. Build your own platforms. Because if you are waiting for people to promote your work, nobody will hand out their own platform to you on the platter to say, oh, I'm giving you my platform for free. Come, I will promote you. Because a lot of writers, in most instances, are always just concerned about themselves. But for you to become a transformative writer, you need to forge new relationships, and start with what you have. Don't wait for it to be perfect. You have a lot of opportunities on your own social media page, but for you to emerge, for you to move to the next level, start with what you have. And when I say build your own platforms, I'll give you a few examples. So as a writer, I was a self-published, I was and I still am a self-published author. But I have a publishing press, and now I am signing other authors to the imprint, and there will be books published in 2021. So if you start with what you have, you can grow what you have to be able to accommodate others. You can bring other people to the table. You can give other writers a platform. It's because you have started. If you don't start, you won't have that chance to be able to, bring other writers to your own platform for them to share their works with the world. So you need to start with what you have. If you have a blog, start with that. If you have a phone and you have WhatsApp app on it, start with that. If you have a Facebook page, start with what you have. Because That is one of the ways by which you can, you can become a transformative writer. So build your own platforms. I started with that. On my website, toluakiyemi.com. I interview authors, author friends around the world. I share their stories. So when you have your platforms, because for me personally, I felt like if I had a story to tell, I don't want to be looking for how to share my story. I needed a website to share my story. So for you to transform, for you to be on the World Wide Web, then you need to build your own platforms. After that, I started a literary magazine with a friend, Lion and Lilac Arts. And we have a magazine where we publish works of writers all around the world. So these are opportunities whereby, and for you to become a transformative writer, you need to submit your works to international journals and magazines. So that is a way to build international leadership as well. As a writer, don't just write and submit to, or just say, oh, I do those people, they will keep rejecting me. I keep getting rejections. But you need to keep trying. You need to keep owning your craft. You need to keep sharing your work around. You need to keep sharing your work in magazines, in journals around the world. That is a way to go global. Because if you do not share your works, nobody will know you. Nobody will know you. And that is something that really helped me at the beginning of my writing journey. And that, to be fair, that was one of the ways by which I grew quickly because I shared my works to international platforms. As an author, there are platforms like NetGalley, Book Sirens, ReadSee, that people can Goodreads. Your books can be reviewed. Amazon, your books can be reviewed. So if your books are reviewed on this platform and people are saying, "Oh, that book is crap," man, okay, I need to I need to, if it's as long as it's constructive feedback, I need to work on my craft. I need to get better. I need to take on the feedback if it's something I know that will help me to become better in my writing journey. So now I have new books coming out on the 1st of January. Black does not equal inferior. Never marry a writer. I can put them on NetGalley. I can put them anywhere because I know that I have written very, very good books. And I know that whatever feedback or review that is called advanced review coming in, I have nothing to be worried about. That is what we are talking about when you shift, when you transform, when there's a transformation in your writing. And to go global, put your works on international platforms, on Amazon, on Ingram Spark, on Apple Books, on Kobo Books, on Lulu. Just as you are putting it on local platforms, Okada Books, et al. If you need support, reach out to your network. Ask people who have done this before. How were you able to overcome this challenge? I think it's very important to shift, to transform, to shift via globalization. It's very important that we need to see beyond our locality. We need to start maximizing these opportunities. Submit your works to journals, submit all around, shift, So it's very important, very pivotal that we embrace all of these opportunities. Don't wait for anyone to hand anything over to you, but we can all shift. We can all become transformative writers. We can all make a decision to write with intentionality. So it's not about reading someone's book and you want to go and copy and paste. You must always think outside the box. It must be spontaneous. It must be your own. A lot of writers tell me that there are no original ideas, that everything has been written. I don't, even though everything, even if you say, even though I don't completely agree and believe in that, and you say everything has been written, but it's why we call it creative writing. If you want to write something, there must be something that will propel the reader. It must stir you as a writer and your readership as well. And I hope, to everyone listening, we are ready to shift, to transform, and to go global. We are ready to expand and take our writing to the next level. It's possible to, it's not something, it's not rocket science. And like I say all the time, if I can do it, and then you can do it and you can do it better, you can do it in a much more better and interesting way. So the onus is on you to leave this conference with a shift in your mindset to become a transformative writer and embrace localization. Go global, think global, make friends, network, build relationships, build platforms, begin to ideate and think about the next level. And I hope this session has been I hope you found this session very useful for you, and you have things to take away. So thank you so much for having me on board.
Thank you, Tolu Akeyemi, for those wonderful thoughts you shared with us. And I think one thing is very important, and that's the fact that we should have the courage to submit our works to international platforms. Now, you cannot submit your works to international platforms if you do not believe in yourself, if you've not had the mindset shift, if you've not told yourself that this is what you want and you are going to do everything to achieve it. So, thank you so much, Tolu, for sharing with us from your wealth of knowledge. And please do not forget, you can also ask questions. If you have questions for our speaker, I have some questions right here, but you can keep dropping your own questions also because he has a lot to share with us. I'm sure if we had given him an hour or two, he would still have a lot to share with us. So let's drink from his wealth of knowledge by also sending our own questions. I think I would like to start with some of the questions that we have here. The first question here is from Nadi Ifelma. Nadi Ifelma says, I want to know more about your journey as a global poet, saying that select few are mostly interested in poetry. So this is for you, Tolu Akeyemi. The first question we have right here from Naji Former saying that, okay, well, you're doing very well as a poet. Tell us more about it. How did you get there? How did you become global as a poet? Saying that not so many people are interested in that particular area.
Yeah, so my journey as a thank you for your question, and I would say that my journey as a global poet was not seamless like that. So I started really out well. My first poetry collection released in 2017, Dead Lions Don't Roar, and that was very well
Mr. Tolu,
received.
please. Mr. Tolu, please.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sure, we can hear you, but would like to see your face, please.
Okay, you like to see my face? Okay,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
no worries. Okay, now thank you. Oh,
All right.
thank you, Papa. So my journey as a global poet, it was like my first poetry collection released in 2017, Dead Lions Don't Roar, and that was very well received, widely received. I think in the first couple of weeks, months, I was able to sell over 1,000 copies of that poetry collection, and yeah, I had a very solid community behind me in terms of where I was working at that point in time. We have quite a lot of Nigerians and even from different races, supported me. So I think it was quite easy to be able to become move from where I was. Then I started going outside, building relationships, forging relationships. I didn't want to be known just within my locality. So that was one of the ways by which started going out to local communities to perform. People were inviting me to events. I had a website. I built an author blog, tolutoludo.com, where I shared details about my profile, my event, things that were going on around me, and I was performing, going for events, performing, speaking. So I spoke at conferences, Northeast Expo on a couple of occasions. So that and it was on the account of my works. I was getting invitations, and I think it became quite easy for me to break the limits. I think for my second poetry collection, I was I think the acclaim of the first book got to me a bit, and I was trying to deviate. I was I was moving towards my immediate environment, my locality. I felt like, oh, let me start writing for my immediate environment. And by the time I started sending my works out there for people to see, to review, to read, and I knew at that point in time that I needed to shift, I needed to transform, I needed to start writing with intentionality, because it's very important as a writer that you don't get lost in the acclaim. I don't say because this is my environment, say all the poems I'm writing now must be about that environment. If you want to be known around the world, if you want to embrace localization, you would not just focus on your environment. You have to think beyond borders. I have to think that if I give my book Black Does Not Equal, if you buy my book Black Does Not Equal Inferior, will it resonate with you? So for me to move in that journey, for me to move along the line, I had to open myself up to be critiqued, to be reviewed, to for people to know about me. I had to share my works. So that is one way you can move forward in your journey. And so that is how my journey began. Then dead lions don't roll, dead dogs don't bark, dead cats don't meow. Then by the time you write more, I began to build like an antecedent within the industry, and I started getting more invitations to events around, not just in the UK. I had invitations to Italy. I came down to Nigeria as well. So I think as a poet, you need to build like a pedigree. And like I had a video recently, one way by which you can shift, you can transform. The easiest way for any writer, great works, great works. That is the easiest way. Like that's a secret to any writer. That is the easiest way to shift, to transform, to go global. Give us great works. It doesn't matter. Like I like you don't need followers. At times I will say this. You don't. It's not about followership. If you did great works, you have the followership. You understand? Like my collection coming out in January. Black Does Not Equal Inferior. It was reviewed by Kekos magazine, and they were like, okay, we are going to publish it in our magazine where that's going to be our December issue, and they will review about 350 books every month. And out of these 350 books, we only select 10% of indie authors to publish in our magazine. So what I'm just trying to tell you is that if you give us great works, even if you've not heard about Tolu Akinyemi before, by the time you people are talking about these works, that will be your legacy. Your name, that is one way to become a transformative writer. Great works. So in my journey, I think what has helped me along the line was number one, like I mentioned on the slide, writing with intentionality and great works. Writing with intentionality, great works. What does your writing mirror? My writing, I now knew that my writing, it mirrored the society. Inferno of silence. That is what everybody is, we all go through. Like, this is what people are going through. Either you are married or you are single. People have relationship issues. A beautiful love celebrates, both anger and love, you know, poetry that resonates, mirrors the society, mirrors our everyday life. Never marry a writer, mirrors our everyday life. So that is one thing that's actually helped me in my writing journey, because I number one, I started the journey. It was smooth, but I there were pitfalls along the line. But I discovered that for me to move to the next level, I had to write with intentionality, and I needed to have a purpose. If you go to my website tolutodudu.com, I have an author statement. It's because for you to move beyond, for you to move beyond your locality. You must be intentional about everything. You must be intentional. You don't just do things because everyone is doing it. You must do things differently. When you are publishing your book or your books, you must have a reason. Don't just write because everybody is writing. Have something, a message to have a message that you need to pass across. Transform, shift, think global. I can't.
There is another question. Thank you for your answer to that question. This is from Favor JB saying, If I publish a post on my social media platform, can I still submit them for international publications? That's if a post has been published on social media, can same be sent to international publications?
So basically, it depends on the submission criteria for the magazine that you're submitting to. So you have to read their submission criteria. So for instance, at Lion and Lilac, our submission criteria is that any work that we are receiving must be unpublished. So, so any magazine you are submitting to, just ensure to read their submission guidelines, and if their guidelines accept previously published, there are some that accept previously published works. So if he accepts, fair enough. If he does not accept, then you have to submit previously unpublished works.
All right, thank you for that answer. Here is another question here, and this question is from Student Security Nigeria. Student Security Nigeria says, which content do people consume the most? Text, audio, or video? I need information on this stuff.
Content that people consume the most. I think the world is changing quite. It's changing a lot, and readers' preferences are changing. With the COVID as well, with the COVID crisis, there has been an increase in video consumption, in audio as well, because I can sit down in my office working and just watching videos, or listening to audio. So we've seen a rapid increase in video and audio, but I would say still the most would be text in terms of books at the moment. So I would say text is mostly consumed, and but there's been an increase in audiobook sales in recent times, owing to the COVID crisis, and with the changing needs of consumers. So personally myself, I've been consuming a lot of videos in recent times. I've been doing quite a lot of videos, YouTube and all of that. Yeah, so it depends on user, and I think at the moment we still have most of the books available as text as well. So but as writers, we need to start thinking of these new technologies as well and embrace them. So like some of my books, I'm getting some of them into audio, because when the times are changing, then you need to embrace localization. You need to change with the times as well. So I can't really give you like percentage figure to say this is the percentage of the content that people consume the most. But at the moment, almost all books, majority of books are available as text. So that will give an indication that text is still the mostly consumed, but we have authors now who are embracing audiobooks and new technologies as well. So I will go in that direction to say text, audio, then video for books. So
Thank you, Tolu Akeyemi. It's been a pleasure listening to you today.
thank you. It's been a pleasure being at the Emerge Conference 2020.
Tolu Akeyemi is the author of these poems, these words: Dead lions don't roar, black does not equal inferior, Inferno of silence, A bountiful love, and many more yet to be published. It's been a pleasure listening to him. And right about now, there will be another person who will be stirring us up, telling us something about our creativity. How that if we want to become transformative writers, we need to stir up our creativity. And this person goes by the name Joke Kucheya. But before she comes on board, how about we listen to one or two things about her? Let's get to know her personally. That way, we'll be able to ask her the right questions.
Joke Kujenya. Joke Kujenya is a senior investigative journalist, media trainer, and consultant. She is an experienced executive media manager with a demonstrated history of working in the publishing industry. She is skilled in news writing, editing, feature writing, public speaking, and journalism. She is a top-notch education professional with trainings from Nigerian Institute of Journalism, NIJ, Ogba, Lagos, Columbia University, Manhattan, USA, Poynter Institute of Media Studies, St. Petersburg, Florida, and Fujo Media Institute, Kalmar, Sweden. Please welcome Joke Kujenya.
Wow, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. I want to believe everybody is hearing me. Thank you very much. Or do I remove this? I think this is better. Good morning once again. I'm glad to be here. And I hope I'm being heard. Please, am I being heard? Okay, I'll just go on.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're being
Oh,
heard,
thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're talking this morning on shift via creativity as a transformative writer. You would agree with me that currently we are in an information soaked age. If you're not getting information from the from the WhatsApp, you're getting on Facebook, you're getting text messages, you are reading newspapers and everything. So it's been like we are bombarded with load of information on every side. Amid this flow of information, you want to stand out. You want to be a standout writer, somebody who will be reckoned with, let me call it, in the committee of writers. So I deliberately break what I'm going to be talking about into a few sessions, into a few segments. I called it, the first one is shift the via creativity as a transformative writer. And for you to be a transformative writer, you need to know that you have to, first of all, get rid of misconceptions. There are misconceptions all around. Thank God Tolu mentioned some. One of them is like, I have to be like somebody. No, you don't have to be like anybody. Everyone is unique. You are unique. I am unique. Each and every one of us is unique. Can I have a minute, please? Precious. No worry. Okay. I'm back. Sorry, I left something out. You are unique. I am unique. But the thing is, um, one of the misconceptions also says that you have to be good at writing to do it. I've taken several trainings. I've attended several trainings, and I've met trainers who told us that from the onset, you really don't have to be good because there is always a starting stage for everybody. But as things go on, you begin to do what? Improve. You begin to improve and catch a niche for yourself. What is that niche? You have to write in such a way that before somebody sees the name, maybe you choose to put your name at the end of your script. Before somebody sees your name, the person has to say, oh, this is Lillian's script. You know why? Your script talks about you. Your script displays your person. Your script tells your writer, this is the way you think. You understand? Then along the line, you now begin to master the art of effectively bringing your experiences into your scripts. You bring your experience and your personal ideas into your script as you go on. That is transformative writing. That is the kind of writing that somebody will read and say, oh, I've not read this elsewhere before. Yes, we are unique. You can do unique things without having to copy people. Yes, we have to read what others do. By reading what others do, like if I read Tolu, for instance, like he said towards the end of his speech, when you read Tolu, Tolu is saying you can do better than me. And that is the transformation. The transformation is something that you do better than the previous one. You understand? Now, you can't be your own judge in transformative writing. I love what Tolu said. And I love the fact that he even spoke first. He's helping me to now articulate my speech better. The reason is Tolu is saying when I write, I still go back to my reading. I still read. You know why? In transformative writing, you don't say, oh, I've done it. It's me. I'm the bomb. No, you don't, or bomb, or whatever they call it. You don't say that. You want to see what can I do to make this script better than it was, better than I've just. So what do? There is an energy within each and every one of us that you can tap into. It is called creativity. You tap into that energy. You see it happens. I once attended a session. I want to confess something. I'm not a fan of Professor Wale Shoyinka. I'm not. For what I just am not his fan. Then one day I went to a session organized by Zenith Bank, and the man told a story. And as he was talking, I saw myself writing the story. I started writing the script right in my mind. By the time I got to my laptop, everything, the now came with ease. That is an aspect of creativity. Before you get your pen, story, visualize what you want to say. This, when I say it this way, picture of the impact it is going to have on people, and you sit down. By the time you pick your pen, flows. It is then you explore what lies deep within you to be in an active and physical way. Look at it. You yourself will be satisfied that you've really done something. Then you have to understand one thing that we were taught. Writing is critical before you complete your script. Writing is writing is something that you can see you pen it out, and it engages everything about you. A writer is that's why you see writers, they're like artists, they put pen here, put that. You know why? They have seen every item that they need to use to make the writing come alive. So you are a transformative writer. Is actually, you can look at the world, you can look at your street, you can look at scenarios around you, and you put it into realism. Then you have to your senses have alert at all times. You can't be a writer if you're not in a place. You can't be a writer if you're not a place. You can't really be a writer if you're not a transformative thinker. If you want to be a transformative thinker, you have to be extra alert almost by the minute. The person that is reading it in transformative writing, you now make sure like when we were reading James and the
I guess we're having network glitch over there. We just hope that very soon that will be sorted. But do not forget, you can actually get your questions ready. You may not type them now so we don't get them lost in the midst of the sea of questions. But do write your questions down, and that way I will be able to get to them later. While that is being sorted, I will also like you to tell us where you're listening from. That's very important. We want to know how global we have gone already because we've been taught how to go global. So yeah, I want to start now. You can tell us where you are listening from. And the theme is shift, becoming a transformative writer. And I think it's a beautiful thing that our speaker right now, while she was talking, she said it doesn't matter if you haven't been writing before. So if you are someone who desires to be a writer and you are here, congratulations, you are in the right place. And I think one thing is important for people like people in that category, people who probably do not yet write but desire to do so. Always be alert. Always be alert. So there are so many things that will inspire us as we go about our daily duties. And as we see these things, when we have a pen with us or when you have a device with you, it will be very easy for you to record it and then go back to it and continue the journey of being a writer. I'd like us to check out now to see if the audio is back, if the network is good. But if it isn't good, I will also be doing something. All right, while we are waiting, I would like the following people to get ready. We want the Director of Operations to get ready for the journal presentation. And our panelists also, we want them to get ready because we might be having them very, very soon. And like I said, I would like us to say where we are listening from. If you're watching us right now, tell us where you're watching from. And if you're a writer, let us know. If you are in the category of people who are writing enthusiasts who want to start writing, you can also let us know. It's important. Let's meet one another. My name is Perpetua Fasomi Peter. If you're just joining, and I'm the anchor for today's program. I'm also a journalist like Mrs. Joke is. So let us know who you are. Let's meet one another. Okay? Let's do that at the comment section right now while we are getting ready to have other people come on board. And also, we are waiting to see what if the network will be sorted very soon. Akudo Okechukwu, thank you. You're watching from Nigeria. Okay, thank you, listening from Lagos. Well, she's back, so we'll have her now. She will continue her conversation. She'll continue sharing her thoughts with us. She's talking about creativity as a tool for you as a transformative writer.
Writer, yeah.
It's good to
Well,
have
the
you
next,
back, ma'am.
thank you. I was surprised. So we're talking about shift via creativity and transformative writing. And I'm emphasizing the importance for the world we live in. Honestly, it is very important. You have to be able to write in a way that you would know, you will be sure that yes, you are communicated and the person out there will love to read more of you. When I look at transformative writing, for me to be a transformative writer, what is transformative writing? Can I have my slides to help make the 45 minutes? Can I have my slides, please? Hello? You
The
know,
slide is coming up, ma'am.
okay.
It's
Transformative,
coming up. We're working on it.
all right. You have to understand that transformative writing is people oriented. I don't know how many of you have read people like Sidney Sheldon. I mentioned James Hadley Chase. There are so many. The names came up earlier, but the network got me, kind of puzzled. These people have a way of capturing the readers with their writing. They write about people. You have to write about people, yes, even if it is fiction, if it is classic, if it is anything, make it people oriented. You know why? You can't write in abstract. It is people oriented. You have to build issues around the needy, the underprivileged, for instance, people of color, people with disabilities. There was a time I used to do something in Nigeria with the autistic children. It was a very, very interesting time for me because when I began to go into their world, these are children who could not communicate, who cannot even communicate like you and I. They were in their 20s, in their 30s. I don't know if any of you have met an autistic child, but these people have a lot to teach. And I wrote lessons from the autistic, lessons from the autistic child. And everybody was like, how did you learn that lesson? I said, read. There was one of them. He is exceptionally brilliant. He knows computer, as at that time we call it knowing computer. He was so computer savvy that you would wonder how and where. I'm on transformative writing now. You would wonder how on how on earth did he get to know that? We realize that his inability to speak out like you and I made him to be deep within. The boy was so deep that he was assimilating knowledge as the knowledge was coming out. So the mother quickly saw that and tapped into it and started buying her technology devices. And this boy never disappointed. So it was on the basis of that they were able to move him to what? They were able to move him into the university. You have to understand those thinking. Please, I'm saying this with every sense of responsibility and apology. You have to be calm. Most of our youth today think that every minute they have to be busy, they have to be active. No, there are times you want to be a transformative writer and you want to be able to think deeply. You need to sometimes to withdraw from loud activities, crowdy scenarios. You need to sit down and think and be able to think deeply. You need to look at what is happening to immigrants. The more they help people not to subject themselves to illegal traveling by through illegal means, the more people go into it. You want to understand what their mindset is. Why would somebody not travel by the airport? Why would somebody want to go abroad by the Atlantic Ocean? What if the person dies on the sea? They are not. So, as a transformative writer, you want to be that picture to a person that is just planning such a trip, and he will read it and say, "No, I'm not embarking on this dangerous trip." You know, there is the poor. We have the poor among us. They are there. It's just so many. You have to be able to look at life, people oriented issues, and you have to be able to picture it for us to see. In transformative writing, which we can also call creative writing, you look at attitudes and characters. Your attitude and character against the story you want to write matters. What do I mean by my attitude and my character? I hinted it earlier. If I'm not calm, if I'm not the type that thinks, if I'm not the type that reads, I don't watch. Do you know that to be a creative writer, look at the news. Just look at international news, compare it to our local news, and you look at why are we still doing things like this. If you don't like the way we present our local news, if you prefer better the way they do their international news, Tolu told you about going global. If you don't see what is done globally, how can you go global? You have to see the difference between what we're doing locally and what they are doing globally to be able to blend the two and then bring out your own stuff, the stuff you are made of from within you. You have to be able to, your attitude and character matters because it belongs to, that's what they call the literature of power. The literature of power is just exhibited in your power of writing. What am I writing? How weighty is my writing, and how is my writing giving the desired impact that I envisaged? You understand? Then in creative, see, I mean it. In my classroom in the university days, they told us that a journalist is born, not made. It is the same for a writer. The school is not going to make you the writer. You are born to be a writer. If you know that you are born to be a writer, this is the time that whatever has been holding you back, you want to break out from that shell and do what? Transform yourself into somebody everybody will reckon with. Now, in talking about transformative writing, please, it might not bring the money yet, but you are making an impact, a global impact that will generate the incomes. Please don't make, oh, my book is not making money. Don't make that your first watch. Make the first watch, make impact what, let your book reach out. Then the money will come. So and where this you are not feeling the innate thing in you that, oh, I'm born to be a writer, you can develop yourself. Please, you can develop yourself. You know, then you are Tolu talked about making a change, and I was very happy because transformative writing is about making a change. Please, we are in a generation where many of hundreds of thousands of today's youth are not really interested in reading. They don't even have the time to sit down to your long script to read, but you want to be able to arrest their attention. You want to be able to catch them. Let them read one paragraph and say, wow, what is this person talking about? And from the first page to the last, they won't stop until they are through. That is the power of transformative writing. You have to be going unleashing your capacity. Yes, when you recognize that, okay, I'm born to be a writer, please, it is in you. Tolu said it. It is in you to unleash that capacity. I'm sorry if you keep holding yourself back. I'm sorry if you keep thinking, oh, I can't do it like a, oh, Lillian is so perfect, I can't do it. No, 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 I'm sorry. You alone can unleash that inner capacity. That thing God Almighty has deposited in you, you have to be able to own your skills to unlock new techniques of writing. Even in the world of evangelism, we are praying God to give us new techniques to catch people today. So, while how much more in the world of your writing, you have to be able to hone your skills to unlock new technologies through training and studying the masters. Yes, there are some people they've done it. Read and read again. Good writings and practice creative writing regularly to develop yourself. Please, there is no magic to it. Unless you do it, nobody else can do it for you. Yeah. Then, what about your minds? How have you locked your minds? A lot of us have locked our minds. A lot of us feel, oh, I can't really do it. It's not really in me. Who says it's not in you? It's so much in you. We've all heard it before. Write what you know. This means that the whole world is open, Tolu said global. The whole world is open to you as long as you can think and write. There was a course I did many years ago. It says if you can think, if you can eat and think, you can write. I'm saying it to you today. It used to be said by a school in London called Speed Writing School. I learned that was where I learned to write speed writing. You have to learn how to write speedily. And they said if you can eat and think, then you can write. You develop your mindset up. Stop limiting yourself. Don't be content copying and pasting. Tolu said it. No. Creative writing is not about copying and pasting. Creative writing is you developing the originality, bringing out the originality in you for us to see and meet you. You get curious beyond the norm. You go the extra mile to find the unique, exceptional content to stand you out. That is what we do in investigative journalism, really. You can read routine news every day, but we investigative journalists, we go beyond what is already repeated to go and dig up what people don't want you to know. So you go the exceptional mile to bring out the content that will stand you out, and you do your own things differently from others. That is your creativity, and that's the shift. If we are talking about any shift, the shift is you do things differently from others. And do you know it is possible? Yes, it is possible. It is just in your hands to say, okay, I'm going to do it. Transformative writing, creative writing is multi-layered. Please, it is an art. It is a multi-layered art. And it means you don't write in a vacuum. There must be substance to your writing. A lot of people feel, oh, if I just do it like this. A lot of people, somebody asked me one time, he doesn't get followership, and I don't follow him. I said, you don't write what interests me. You must have your items, everything you need. And the item starts from your emotional being. You gather your emotion. Yes, your mental, intellectual, and necessary raw materials. You gather them, like, I want to do this writing. I'm going to start by Monday. And for you to start by Monday, it means you are yanking off the unnecessaries, and you are putting together the things that you will need. Yes, it is only after you have put the various elements needed together in your own unique way that, and boiler, what do you call boiler? You make it arresting. Yeah. It's very interesting. We call it catchy in journalism. Make your writing catchy. That's the boiler. Make it arresting. And then you create a work of art. But you have to believe in yourself. Please, you have to believe in yourself. You are an explorer. As a transformative writer, you are an explorer, you are a discoverer. You are like the Mongo pack of your script, of your craft. You want to discover something that others don't. Yet, millions are writing at the same time, but you are making a difference. Yeah. You have a greater understanding about yourself and the situations, but it does not mean you see yourself as knowing too much, more than others. No. You have to notice changes at some very deep level within you. I want to write about this level. I want to write about, there's one of the people I've mentored. He does something I call fast checking. He was the one that brought out how they use technology to manipulate the picture of Buhari to make him look a little fatter, and then you think there is one Jubril somewhere. When he did that, and I'm like, wow, how did you do this? He said, yes, ma'am. It took time, it took pains. We had to do it painstakingly. And they were able to dissect the photograph and saw that it was purely a creative work of art, but in the negative sense. Yours is going to be in the positive sense because you really want to make positive impact. You investigate your raw materials because those are your work of art through the lens of your character. Please, a transformative writer must check his or her own character. You can't write, for instance, when you are not settled within you. you won't bring out the best of you. You must be able to have yourself together to do what you need to do. Then this will help you take the substance of life. Look at it, you want to write, but you are taking the substance of life. Just see yourself as a god with a letter, small letter G. See yourself as a god. You want to do what? Handle the substance of life. You hold up the light. Yes, that light is the interest generated in you. Wow, I'm going to create something, and it's going to be a wow. It's going to be arresting. It's going to be catchy. Oh, I'm going to get it done, and you are not looking down on yourself, and you keep learning and getting further transformation. Yes. Then the shift. The major shift is that transformative writers change their world by telling their stories differently. We've said that before. Differently and better. You transformative writers are passionate visionaries. You are a visionary. You are not just looking at the laptop. You are seeing beyond your laptop what your laptop can produce. You are seeing beyond your laptop what you are a passionate visionary, you are authentic, and you are articulate with your craft, and that is the agent of change that will change your world. You use holistic blend of spirit and logic beyond the norm to make genuine difference in your world by changing the minds of your reader through touchy writings. Imagine if you are writing about a young woman who had been raped by 4 or 5 men, and you want anyone who did not see the scenario to feel it to the point of shedding tears. You have to be able to capture this. You have to be able to build a lasting connection with your audience. Like I said earlier, from the first page to the last page, your audience will not be able to drop your book. You help business executives. You know, there is content writing these days. Transformative writers are needed in the world of content writers. You have to be able to help executives and business entrepreneurs through the power of effective communication. I don't want to. We did one for an oil company recently. Sincerely, we did a very powerful oil company. We call it Coffee Book. And by the time they saw our initial draft, they couldn't help it. They signed us on. They signed us. We are just a group of 6. They signed us on, and now we have completed the 12th chapter book. So that is the power of transformative writing. You don't write in everyday English. Everyday English has become literal and moribund, if I may so put it. You enable creative capacity through the lens of artistic activity and transformative scripting in ways that keep your audiences linked. Your audience is linked with you. For instance, let's say Perpetual is the writer. Your audience has never met you, but your audience is like, Perpetual is she's not a fat lady. She's a little on the lanky side, or what do I call it? She's a fair complexion. Yet they've never seen you. You have to be able to keep your audience linked. You all draw on the you draw on methodological approach that is hinged on elements of narratives in the context of creative activities and interactions. What do you mean? There is a methodological way you arrange your writings that you yourself, you will not have lost your thought in one line. Then when you get to line 100, you now realize that there is no flow, there is no link. Then you know you have to be able to arrange your thoughts first within your person, and then you'll be able to arrange your thoughts on the script. Then study as affirmed and reveal how creative arts serve as a catalyst for transforming the ways in which the writer and the readers experience knowledge influences. You know what it means, knowledge influences? Somebody is talking somewhere. The person had kind of captured some level of knowledge from your writings, and the person is talking, and the person is using that to talk. The person is talking authoritatively, not necessarily quoting you, not necessarily unquoting you. The person is using your words, but using your words in his or her own way. You are making influences in the life of people even though they have never seen you. You know, there's small, there are elements and all that, but you know, when you have 45 minutes to talk, you really have to manage time. And I hope I have made some sense. Thank you very much for hearing me out. I'm done. Thank you.
Have said, I must say that it's been a very, very impactful session,
Thank you.
talking about the fact that it's we can be creative if only we can do the needful. If we stay calm, if we think, and if we read, if we allow our minds to be enlarged, we're able to take in even more things and we'll be more creative. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank
And now
you.
we'll be taking questions. So if you have any question, I would like you to drop your questions now for Mrs. Joke Kujaya. Please drop your questions so we'll be able to send them to her and she will answer our questions. And then just before then, I would like to ask you this particular question.
Okay.
You said something about a particular oil company that you made a proposal to. All right. Okay. So as a writer, at what point would you summon that type of courage to begin to write to companies and tell them that you want to do certain things for them?
This is it. You sit on your computer, for instance, and you're looking at websites of companies. You know, every website has about us. Do
Yes.
you know that? Every
Yes.
website about us. Then you were reading about us, and this was what brought up this coffee book. We realized that for over 10 years, they've never changed the about us content. And it's there. That's how to be a content writer. We realize that in 10 years, we're like, in this age and times, this company already mentioned on the stock exchange, their about us has not changed. You understand? So we looked at their contact persons. We first sent in an email and we told them that it's not good for the image of their corporate organization to have a decade long about us that has not changed, not even a word. They put the date, they put the about us there, and in 2020, for God's sake. So we told them, then the person responded that, what do you think can be done? We told them we can help them to write a different one if they will give us access to that. So they organized a meeting. The day we went for the meeting, the executive we were supposed to meet was not around. We all dressed in our best, that kind of a thing. We are going to an oil company anyway. So we got there and we sat down. And look at, I mean, the magazines on the table, there was nothing about them. There were International Time Magazine, Newsweek, and all that. So look at what happened. We wanted to help them to rephrase their about us. But we saw that on their table, every company needs a coffee book. Every company, Tolu will agree with me, and every speaker will agree that every big company, especially if you call yourself a multinational, while your guest is waiting, they need something to read, to know about you. Do you know that with the coffee book, you can actually, if I visit a company and I'm reading through their coffee book, let's say I want to submit a proposal, by reading through their coffee book, I will know their interest areas. I can even know from there that, oh, this proposal I'm taking to this company is not in their interest area. Do you know that without feeling bad or bitter, I can leave the company and go and look for the one that will really get me sponsored? So when we told them, when we got there, they ushered us into the meeting room and we told them that this was what we came for, but we also think you need a coffee book. The chief executive said, please don't go there. We don't even have the money for that. We said, you need a coffee book. And we kept persuading them. After some time again, now we did the about us. We did the about us successfully. We got paid. Thank God. Then we now kept pressing on the coffee book. All of a sudden, they told us to send in a proposal for the coffee book. And that was where we got some money that was even bigger than the about us. So we helped them to rephrase the about us. Let me tell you, the acronym of their chief executive officer is ABC. So you want to submit a proposal and you say just like ABC. You understand? We used his name.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we did another time. We said it's as simple as ABC to get this done. And the man said, call these people, call these people. And they called us, and we are thankful to God for that.
That is
So,
creativity at its peak,
yeah,
being able to
yeah,
recognize those things and
yeah,
using them.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'd also
Thank you
like
very
to know if you have more questions. Okay, I haven't seen
Some
any question.
somebody
You want
sent
to
a
say
wow. No, somebody sent a wow.
okay, we can see. Wow. All right. Thank you, Abata
Wow.
Eunice Adiola. Thank you for that. And I think a lot of people, I think they totally took in everything you said, and that's probably why they do
Okay.
not have questions. It was really
Thank
very,
you.
very simple, easy to
Thank
understand.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Okay.
everyone. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure you're going to share the script with everyone. That will be better.
We, we will do that. We will do that. And just before you go, I will want to show something.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll just mention some of
Thank
the
you.
major points that she stated. She was talking about how that we need to be calm, we need to think so that we'll be able to make a change. And making a change is very important. For you to be able to make a change, you have to be a person of good character. You can't make a change if you need to be changed. But it's when we have good character that it will be very easy for us to also write transformative books. Thank you so much, ma'am. And she said we should also stop limiting ourselves. We should get curious beyond the norm. And it's in being curious that a lot will be achieved. I remember I've been at an event and they were talking about how that we need to think out of the box. You know, you hear think out of the box a lot of times, and then you're wondering, okay, so how exactly do I think out of the box? What exactly do you want me to do? And I think she just answered that question. Be curious beyond the norm. Curiosity is about asking questions, wanting to know more. Why is this like this? Why shouldn't it be like that? And that exactly is what they did, and it fetched them money. So curiosity really fetches us money. We need not limit ourselves to whatever it is we have been doing. Just like she did with her team, we can do the same thing. We can write proposals, we can change so many things. We need to learn the business of writing apart from the art of writing. There is the business side to it. There is that side that will bring in a lot of money beyond just selling our books. And that is the side that she has exposed us to at this beautiful morning. And now we'll be having the journal presentation. It will be coming up very soon. And after that, we'll have Barista Teju, and then also we'll have the third session, which will be coming up after the journal presentation. So the journal presentation will be coming up now. Thank you so much, Mrs. Joke, for your time. And for the journal presentation, I would like you to get set because very soon it will be your turn to present the journal to us. We are delighted and we are excited about this already. We really can't wait to see the journal that you will be presenting to us because a lot of us know that Lead Africa Writers, it's a very beautiful and a wonderful network. It's a network that encourages writers, a network that builds writers, a network that also helps writers to achieve their dreams. And we know that this journal that will be presented to us will not fall short of that vision, will not fall short of that goal, will not fall short of making us believe more in ourselves and achieving more.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ngilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ngilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. Oluwabona, I'm not perfect. I came from ruthless times as a juvenile. Ilondoloze, zungangishilana. Look into my eyes, see pain and sacrifice. What's goes on my mind? Struggling to survive. Ilondoloze, zungangishilana. Tomaka emo wuru, oti wuru si wuru. Emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju o.
awukholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, ambenami, zungangishilana, oluwabona, I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times, I said juvenile, ilondoloze, zungangishilana. Tomaka emo woro woro, oti woro si woro woro. Èmi wọ́n wá mi ní gbòòrò woro, tójú kò ojú o. Ní ẹni kejì sórí, táìmù sí mi sólè. Láti ìkọ̀rọ̀ sí gbòòrò, náà tún ìkòròdú o.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami.
Okay, we'll be having the journal presentation by Golahon Adjenge. He's the Director of Operations, Lead Africa Writer. He's presenting to us a journal packaged, produced by Lead Africa Writers.
You have been wonderful. You've been awesome. Thank you for the insight and expositions you've made this morning. First of all, I want to recognize Mr. Tolu Akinyemi for his awesome presentation. That was very insightful. Thank you so much. Also, I want to thank Mrs. Joket Kujenwa. I hope I pronounced that very correctly. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for the clarity you brought into your presentation. I believe we are really blessed. All right. I'll be speaking on the Lord Journal quickly. For about 5 minutes, I'll be talking about what the journal
Okay, while we try to sort the network glitch over there, we do apologize for whatever inconvenience that may have caused you. We'll be bringing in a guest right now, a guest speaker, Barrister Tejumade Shijuade-Oke. She'll be talking about niche strategy as a transformative writer, the importance of niche as a transformative writer. But first, let's get to know her.
Tejumade Shijuade Oke. Tejumade A.S. Oke is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC, a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, a former financial secretary, African Women's Lawyers Association, AWLA, a former member, Research Committee, AWLA, former co-editor, AWLA Day of the African Child booklet. Tejumade is a notary public and principal partner at Brook Oak Chambers, a firm of legal practitioners and solicitors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Director, Center for Moral Clarity and Social Justice, CMCSJ. Editor-in-Chief and co-publisher, Acts of Wisdom International Magazine for Teenagers, a certified teens counselor, a Bible scholar, writer, poet, and author of several books. Please welcome Tejumade Shijuade-Oke.
Good afternoon. In March 2020, I call it the year of the double twins. I am grateful to be here. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me. I have been asked to speak on shift their niche strategy as a transformative writer. This is a very broad topic, very practical, and quite appealing to the creative mind. The last Oluwakeyemi said something that I just said, that is the barest minimum you can have. So start with what you have, and that is the barest minimum. You have purpose, you have niche, you have talent, natural talent. This cannot be exchanged for a paycheck. So as a creative writer, who is a creative writer? A creative writer utilizes his innate creative ability to produce written works that exhibit creativity. The process is challenging, but passion gives way to persistence, and practice gives way to, success. But it still takes hard work to be a creative writer. I also take something out from Mrs. Joker. She said, exceptional content stand you out. And that strikes a note in me, exceptional content. And what is that exceptional content? Something natural, something that is in your space, So it brings me to what is a niche. A niche is a space that's all your home, from a literary corner to enclosure to some kind of professional specialty. Is a position or activity that particularly suits somebody's talent and personality. It's suited such that somebody can make the space its own. Then we talk about uniqueness, we talk about authenticity. Just as Mrs. Joker said, you must be original, and that niche makes you original. It stands you out. And when you stand out, it means you have exceptional content, something others do not have. But the word niche. In the 1600s, the French word came from the French, emerged from the French. Niche was first recorded as meaning a shallow recess in a wall. The figurative sense of the word didn't come about for another century. So today, what do we have? You can use niche to literally mean a cranny or a crevice of a rock, or something you just carved out yourself to put yourself in. And figuratively, to talk about an activity or role in life that particularly suits a person's interest or talent. That is a niche. And as a writer, you are a poet, you are a writer, you are a prose writer, you are an essayist, but something is there that makes you stand out, and that is what you need to just discover. When you discover that, you stand out. So having a niche is about specialization. It's all about specialization. And the niche market is highly specialized, highly specialized. It is where you have the opportunity and your talents stand you out, and you can survive even amongst numerous competition from super contenders, because you have a niche. I have to cut. I have to be mindful about time, so you may not. Yeah, that is the slide. What is a niche? It's about specialization. No matter what your passion or interest are, your choosing niche will help forge a path for your success journey. So you've got to find it. And with your niche, you grow at a space you are comfortable with. The next slide. Your niche helps you to focus on every minor detail of your choosing expertise. And you are highly relevant because you have your own audience. Your niche will carve out your own audience for you. And eventually, you're on your way to fulfillment and influence. Why the need to find your niche? You need to further your craft, ascend to the next levels. You have to find your niche. Secondly, competition is incredibly steep today, and book categories are jam-packed. Even the sub-categories are also highly competitive. So how do you get yourself to be number one in the market? Bestseller. Until you find your niche, you may not even scratch the top at all. It is your niche that also drives traffic to you. And your niche enables you to stand out. We've said that. Your excellent work and services are easily seen and appreciated when you have a niche. And then you're on your way to, I believe, financial freedom. Though money must not be your intention, money is not your intention there. If money is there, if money is your intention, then you may not really change levels, because you will not be focused. You will not be focused on the appropriate thing. Your focus is your on your work, on your creativity, and how to provide excellent services. So you need to find your niche as a creative writer. And when we look at the genre, what are the genre for creative writing? Even I believe the genre is never closes. It's boggling creative new method emerges every day. We have all kinds of poetry, fiction, novel, short stories, script, screenplays, creative nonfiction. Like I said, genre never closes, but you must find where you function most. Let me digress a little. We all know about Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt was an athlete. He's still an athlete, but is retired. He specialized in 100 meters and sometimes 200 meters. He found his niche. He can't do marathon, but when he found his niche, he was exceptional. He was winning and winning and winning because he found his niche. So when you find your niche, you are ahead of your people. You are ahead of to be ahead. Why? The strategy is to embark on a voyage of self-discovery, engage in some research. You have to do some research. Find yourself. Make a chart about your favorite things as a writer. Is it poetry? Is it prose? Is it drama? Is it nonfiction? Is it mystery? Is it crime? We all know very popular writers like Agatha Christie. We know James Hadley Chase. They carved a niche in the true crime mystery section of creative writing. And today they can never be forgotten. They can never be forgotten. We all know William Shakespeare. These are old, gone people, but then we need to learn from them. And to talk about the present, we know Chief Dele Momodu, and we know Ovation. There was a whole lot of space and void. He discovered that, that's part of niche. You could discover a void and fill it and become exceptionally successful. I believe Ovation is exceptionally successful. It's published in English and in French, these two languages, and it's really on top of its game in Africa, yeah, perhaps in many other parts of the world, just because you found a niche. So ideally, your niche audience is something you should determine before your book is written, before your services, before you determine what you'll be rendering as services as a creative writer. Because there's so many things you could do. You could teach online. You could do so many things, because you are unique, you are authentic, and you're exceptional. It's a very wide field. And to find, how do I find my niche? You make a chart, you do what you love, you discover a path, discover purpose, and you can even have a niche based on location. We have a lot of churches in Nigeria, mega churches, thousands of people, millions of people. You find your niche as a good printer, you could get all the businesses there, and you just find your niche And then, of course, you had other businesses as a transformative writer. That is it about transformative writing. You could also have relevant businesses to forge ahead. You start small. I like it. The speaker before, Mrs. Jokai, said you start small. That is it. You start in your cranny, in the place you've carved for yourself. Start small, offering special services, unique services, and then you just find yourself contending and beating high, professional bodies that have been around for long. An example is a corner shop. You could have I'm just making an example. I'm digressing. I'm telling you that this could be a niche also. You don't need to get to superstores before you buy things. Some people are very, very brilliant. They found that they need to have a corner shop around their street, and they are selling. They are making quick and brisk businesses, and they are making a success out of it. And we all know, let me give another, just to make it more, um, uh, so you can really get what a niche is about. You can have a product flagship, like we know ShopRite. We know that the people flocked into to buy bread and all that, and they are not just about bread, but the bread was their flagship product. So people rush there to buy bread, and in buying bread, they buy other things. You attract people with your niche, and then you make it not expensive. Sometimes you can even offer your services for free. Gradually, you grow. Gradually, they can't do without you. So you identify your passion, yes. Shift is imperative. Why must you shift to your niche and not just do anyhow, write whatever you like, and then because if you want to become great, you want to have the most advantage, you want to be rightly positioned appropriately so as to get a competitive advantage, you have to specialize. You have to discover your niche and start practicing it and doing it. And the world is also changing, and the world has made it possible for professionals to secure, attain, and sustain high levels of personal fulfillment and influence, doing what they love doing best. So if there's this advantage, then why not take it up, crave a niche for yourself, have peace of mind, and grow with it. Why is it imperative to shift? It is impossible to stop the wave of change. Global advancement makes it imperative to change along with the times. So the creative writer must embrace technology, employ superior measures as strategic pathway to drive creativity, entertainment, and entrepreneurship to the maximum height. So you choose your focus. Because you choose your focus, you can focus, study, provide excellent products, and ensure great service delivery in the area of your expertise. And that is what is going on now. If you really don't want to be left behind, as a creative writer, you have to say, stop a minute, let me stop a minute, let me think, what am I doing right? What should I do right? Now I'm better in this, I'm very good in this, I'm very good at this. Now this is what I'm going to do. Shift from what is not profitable to something profitable, from archaic method of doing things to modern and more productive way of doing things. What interests me is that shift. Shift is a very interesting word. It's a verb, is also a noun. A shift is a change in something or an adjustment in the way something is done. You can either make a shift, that is a noun, or you can just shift, and that's a verb. Very interesting. Shift, niche, transformative writing. Those are great words, and they are friends of the creative writer. Now, your niche may be tiny, like I said, your niche may be tiny, but your business potential is huge. Very huge. Let me cast our mind back to the time of the Nigerian pesetas. I know some of you will really, let me remind you of some titles: The Betrayer, The Hopeful Lovers, The Director. Now, I think you remember it. Those were romance novel. It's a niche that the writers cast for themselves. And you see, when you have a niche, you have an enterprise. You can just imagine the huge markets, that we had then when there was we had this Nigerian pesetas, The market is huge. When you start small, but when you persist at it, you have very huge potential. Your niche may be tiny, but your business potential is big. You grow your audience, you build up others, then you also collaborate with others, corporate firm organizing conferences. You just find your niche, and then in your niche, there will be a way you can grow it, invite others to contribute into it, and then you contribute, give to society, and then give to schools, give to your locality. That's how they know you. That's how they'll know you. That this is what you are known for. This is what you do. Thereby, you are carving a niche for yourself. Then, what is transformative writing? How do we relate this to creative writing? Transformative writing is a writing that changes you in the process of its creation. One dictionary definition says to change completely for the better. Another says to convert one form of energy to the other. Another says a complete change, usually into something, an improved appearance or usefulness. And then I really agree with this definition: a sudden change, a sudden changing of a stage set that takes place in the sight of the audience. It's so dramatic, Transformation touches even the writer itself, its audience, the society, even the material you use. You transform it. You research your work, the projects, then you need to transform it in very beautiful language, to language that others can relate with and can enjoy, that is entertaining, that is catchy. As Mrs. Joker said, catchy. That is very, very important. We have other word for transformation, transformative, so you can know it's really game changing. It's game changing, groundbreaking, ingenious, fresh, and familiar. I really love the word original, fresh, and unfamiliar. It's transformative writing has been around for long. Some writers actually saw the future and they keyed into it. Like I said, writers like Agatha Christie, James Hadley Chase, Peseta. I wish Nigerian Pesetas could come back and then They saw the future, and now the future is here, and then transformative writing it is. It is a writing that transforms, writing that transforms and surprises even the writer himself as it's imagined, either with respect to form, content, structure, or some other element. You write, you want to write prose, you discover, oh, it's like I'm a natural poet. Then it has an information for you to just work on. I want to do some other things. I want to write lyric. I'm just crossing into poetry. I want to do this. I'm crossing into this. These are signs, because even though purpose it's not easy to see, but then it will give you some clues. There's some clues as to your niche, purpose, and then you sit down, think deeply, then you get it. But then it's a progress also. It's something you progressively get into, and then you become very comfortable and more comfortable in, and then you grow. There are 4 layers of transformative uh, experiences to which the creative writer exposes us to when he does his writing. The first layer is transforming experience into heart. Transforming experience into heart. And try to be very quick here. Professor Pat McNulty of America, Florida to be precise, wrote something about the first layer of transformation. So when we write, we are not writing in a vacuum. I believe Mrs. Joker said that too. Continue, we dig the material out of life, or we find it abandoned by the roadside, or someone drops it in our laps. We pull the various elements we have together in our own unique way, original, unique, authentic way. About how we create a work of art. That is creative writing. Then secondly, the second layer of transformative creation is when we investigate the raw material of our heart. Yeah, the second layer is when the writer himself is transformed. You cannot write a transformative work and not be transformed. You will learn something about yourself, because we keep learning things about ourselves every day. She says, when we investigate the raw materials of our heart through the lens of a character, we see the substance of life. We take the substance of life, hold it up to the light, we learn something, we explore, we discover. We may simply have a greater understanding about ourselves or our situations, or we may change at some very deep level within ourselves. Sometimes they refer creative writers to prophets. Creative writers are indeed prophets in a very wonderful way, because they could write about the future. Inspiration does that. Thirdly, the reader or listener is transformed. The reader, audience, they are transformed. Stories shape us. They help us to know the world outside of our limited perspectives. We work our empathy muscle. Story helps us to have empathy. Stories give us information. Stories open our eyes. We discover more about society, and others discover more many things about our own society because books travels, books travels. The fourth but not final layer of transformation is societal transformation. If I ask that we should just list a series or a number of books that's changed us as a personally, I'm sure we have we have an epistle according to ourselves. Books have changed us. Books that have changed me. Shakespeare have changed me. You know, African writer series changed me. African poetry changed me. Then there are some political writers. Godima of South Africa. We have Ngugu Ationgo. These are like political prose essays, writer. You have Wale Soyinka, in their own category. They tell us about what's happening in our country. They tell us things in their even when they write poetry, when they write poems, you see that. But these are natural essayists and novelists, but they really make others see Africa, and they make some of us see ourselves as we are. They change society. Um, I, I have to thank you for listening so that we can go further to doing other things. I am grateful for this time with you. I hope you have learned a thing or two. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you, Emerge 2020, for the opportunity to be your guest. I hope we grow together into the future, and we imagine to be bigger than we can ever dream. Thank you very much.
Thank you too for your time and for the thoughts you have shared with us. There you have Barrister Tejibade Shijua Job here. She has talked about niche, how niche can help us become transformative writers. And yes, we have some questions for you, ma'am. If you also have some questions, please drop at the comment section. I'll be reading them now. First, we have Nadi Foma who has a question. Nadi Foma says, please, ma, as an emerging writer, how do one carve out a niche when your interest is still vast? Is it possible to keep writing until you discover what works or a particular niche for yourself?
I believe you have to study yourself. You have to really take your mind off everything and just be honest with yourself. Uh, and then you discover what do you love doing? What do you love writing about? These are important. It also has to do with your purpose and your niche, your purpose, your talent. They are not prostitutes. They cannot be bought by paycheck. They are yours. No one can take that from you. They are original. So just sit down, find something you love doing, then bring out an enterprise out of that. It could take time, but when you persist at it, you make it. It doesn't have to be big. Just start from your small corner. We have people who make food. They just take it to offices. Today they have restaurants. They are big. We have corner shops becoming big. This is an age that your reputation speaks for you. You get to be known, but you have to be patient. Know the kind of writing. You must have been doing it for a while. Something that comes natural for you. They wake you up in the night. That is what you want to do. Somebody like me, I could write into the night, check my wristwatch. It's 4 a.m. What am I doing? Sitting here. I'm firstly, I'm a writer before I'm a lawyer. But I said to myself, how do I put food on the table? And I love law, but I love literature more than law. But I said, okay, I will become a lawyer, then I can also I will be able to also do what's natural for me. I'm not a natural lawyer, but I'm a natural writer. That was what helped me to make my own decision. Okay, I can always write, but law, I cannot always do law. I'm young, let me go for law. And funny enough, both of them are working. I could fund my writings through my practice. I practice and I have very small practice and I know my niche in my practice. I'm a solicitor. I deal with documents. And that looks like looks like what I do, writing and all that. I am a poet. I also love writing children's stories. So it's kind of gel together. You will find your niche. Just be patient, search yourself, see what you love doing, then you grow from there.
Thank you so much for that answer. Here is another question from Abata Eunice Adiola. Abata Eunice Adiola says, can I recognize my niche without knowing my purpose?
Yes, you can recognize your niche without knowing your purpose. Because your niche, you get it to your purpose. Your niche, you get it to your purpose. What do you practice? What is it that you practice and you feel happy doing that? Ronaldo will get himself, he wakes up every day, practice football, practice how to get the ball into the goal, practice and practice and practice. And not everybody can practice the same thing without getting bored. But you keep practicing and practicing and practicing. Perhaps your purpose is there. And your purpose is to serve. Really, the purpose we have in this world is to serve, to give, to be of service to others, to serve others. So if your niche is to write poetry, your purpose could be to entertain, to make people happy. And then when you really become successful, remember the motherless, remember the less privileged people in our society. And let me make an example of Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka is a writer, but his purpose is also to benefit humanity when it comes to, he's also a fighter, he's a human rights fighter. He loves doing that. And you see it in his works. And then he contributes this portion to humanity. When there was a time when there are some demonstrations, he's been part of some demonstrations, part of fighting for the rights of others. Despite the fact that he is a writer, you do it for humanity. Please don't do it for yourself. Don't just keep your talent for yourself. Share your talent. When you attach purpose to your niche, then you'll be of service to humanity.
Thank you so much, Barrister Tejumade, for your thoughts and for your answer to that question. We have a comment here that says, indeed, creative writers are perfect. Thanks again for your thoughts. And I actually don't know if you're watching, wherever you're watching from, I just want to give our speakers a round of applause. It doesn't matter where you're watching from, even if someone is beside you. Even if someone is beside you, tell the person that you're listening to amazing speakers, and that's why you're clapping. Just clap for them for the thoughts that they have shared today, transformative thoughts that they have shared. Okay, just before you go, ma'am, thank you. I think there is another question here, and that question is from Student Security Nigeria. Student Security Nigeria is saying, can one really depend on writing only in the current economy?
Well, in reality, you cannot because really we don't have a system that rewards writers that much. But you can do other things before you emerge as a bestseller, a best-selling author. You must have an uh, entrepreneurship mind. In fact, transformative writing encourage you to have a business background. Because why your book start selling? How do you count your money if you don't know how to I'm just saying that you all know how to count money, but how do you balance your accounts? You need to have streams of income, many other streams of income. There are some things you do that brings in money. You can do those temporarily, so that you can grow with it. Uh, like I told you, I'm a lawyer. I do that. Although I do not say, I'm not thinking of leaving law, no, permanently. No, I love being a lawyer, but I'll probably do more of writing in future than I am doing now. I have a lot of books I'm yet to publish. I've published about 5, and I've helped others to publish. I have helped others to publish quite a number of books. You know, but you need to be realistic. We have to be realistic. You need to hold that job, keep working at it. Then you need to do your writing maybe in the night or when your free time. But you need to be persistent. Practice, passion, persistency. It will help you to get there.
Thank you for that apt answer to the question. Thanks again, ma'am.
You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure having you on board, ma'am. And right now we'll be having spoken word presentation. I hope we're ready for that. We've heard a lot, and this is the time to unwind with spoken word presentation. I enjoy spoken word because there's a lot to learn from them. And this time around, we'll be having Favor. Favor will be giving us a spoken word presentation. She's a spoken word artist, and she's a Lead Africa Writers Network member. She'll be giving us this presentation. And just before she starts, would like her to tell us where she is connecting from. Hello, Favor. Good afternoon.
Good day. My name is Favor JB, and I'm connecting from the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Okay, it's good to have you on board.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're
Okay,
eager
thank you
to
so
hear
much.
you, so just go ahead, please.
All right. I want to thank Lead Africa Writers for this opportunity, for the opportunity to give the spoken word presentation. So I'll be doing a short spoken word presentation, and it's titled Rise, and I hope this blesses your heart. The failure to attain a goal pierces the ambitious soul. After wading through each trial and test, giving your all, doing your best, hopes high in expectation that every single effort would yield results that will provide some kind of comfort, that your time wasn't wasted and victory will finally be tasted. Then life full of highs and lows, no matter how hard you try to stay on your toes, twists and turns to bread the unexpected. Suddenly the cheerful becomes a dejected. Your mind start bringing excuse as your tear ducts let loose. You look for someone to blame. Perhaps it will ease the disappointment and shame. But this shouldn't be your worst nightmare. Don't let your self-confidence cripple under failure's glare. You've got to rise from the ashes of defeat. Only then will you ever achieve a feat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Favor. Thank you so much. Thank you for that wonderful one. Okay, and we do hope you're having a nice time over there. Please unmute so we can hear you.
Oh, sorry, I said yes, I am having a very nice time. I'm connecting with my housemate actually.
Okay, that's interesting. Thanks one more time.
Thank you for having me here.
Okay, now we'll be having a panel session. For the panel session, there will be 2 people that will be talking to simultaneously. We'll have Kelvin Oyana and Patience Salami. Now, Kelvin Oyana will be talking about shift via technology and innovation as a transformative writer. And so he's going to be helping us to know how we can bring in technology and innovation as writers because the world is changing. And we definitely know that that's why we're having a virtual meeting right now because the world is changing. There is a new norm. Even though we were aware of it before now, we didn't really want to embrace it. We were not ready. But somehow we're pushed into it. And whether we're ready or not, we had to adjust. And in the same vein, This person will be talking to us, Calvin Oyana, that is, will be talking to us about how we can utilize technology and innovation as writers. Not only that, Patient Salami will also be talking about digital communication as a transformative writer, shift via digital communication as a transformative writer. And so now we're having both of them. I hope you have your questions ready because this is a panel session. It's about asking questions. I want to believe that you probably have your questions. You've been having some questions even before now. This is the time to ask all the questions. And just before we bring them up, let's get to know them.
Kelvin Oyana. Kelvin Oyana is a data engineer and business intelligence professional with core expertise in building optimal data solutions, including infrastructure, pipelines, tools, analytical dashboards, and more to consolidate data in a warehouse, transform the data, and serve useful business insight. He has spent the past years helping businesses adopt a data-driven culture and building optimal data solutions to make sense of data, drive innovation, and gain competitive advantage. He currently serves as the head of data analytics for OneSphere, a data analytics, data infrastructure, and web services company. Please welcome Kelvin Oyana. Patience Salami. Patience Salami, MCIM, ACIPR, is an innovative marketing and communications manager with over 8 years experience in digital communications, public relations, strategic marketing, and brand building. Our experience spans the development sector, telecoms, FMCG, and financial institutions. She has a track record of leading cost-effective campaigns that drive impact and conversions for various brands and organizations. She holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and currently pursuing her MBA at the Edinburgh Business School, Heriot-Watt University, UK. She is a member of CIM, CPIPR, and PRCA, all in the UK. Please welcome Patience Salami.
Welcome, Kelvin. Welcome, Patience.
Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you
Hi,
for
good
having
afternoon,
me.
everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon,
Okay.
everyone. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure.
Hi, thank you all for having me. Good to be here. Thank you for having me, everyone.
All right, I'd like to start with you, Calvin. You're talking about shift back technology and innovation as a transformative writer. I'd like to start with the word transformative writer. That seems to be the concept that keeps recurring today. So, what or who is a transformative writer to you? Let's start from there.
Okay. So in my simple explanation for that, I would say transformative writer is somebody who not just follow the traditional approach to writing. Of course, writing has evolved over time. The past speakers have laid some foundation around that, like the James Harley Chase, and a whole lot of these people have written things on different niches. But as we go on, we now start seeing writing coming up in different spheres. For example, you have um, just like in journalism, you have investigative journalism. Okay, so we now have people who basically write for different audiences, some business audience, and all kind of niches now. Now, the transformative writer is somebody who would not just follow the traditional approach of writing, but somebody who would um, basically go out of the box and create the content that addresses the audience while leveraging heavily on tools and technologies to boost the person's productivity. For example, before now, a typical novel or maybe like a book maybe would have taken some writers as much as 7 months to a year before it became, it's up for publishing. But a transformative writer who understands how to leverage on technology and some other tools to boost their productivity and all that would necessarily not have to wait for 6 months or a year before they actually get their books published. Okay, so that person or the transformative writer is just that person who would want to do things more efficiently, more productively, and see how much he could, get his content out to the readers as much as possible.
Thank you, Calvin. Patience, let's have your thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much for that. For me, I believe a transformative writer is one who has a transformative mindset. For me, because it starts from the mind, so you're able to um, leverage current trends, like Kelvin rightly said, leverage digital technologies, because those are like the current trends we have. You're able to look at what is going on out there, and you're able to transform the way you write and the way you publish. You're able to maximize you're able to maximize the tools you have available to you, and you're able to make the most of them to bring out the best in your work. So I think for me, I believe a transformative writer has a transformative mindset, because the change first starts in the mind, and as well, they're able to learn and transform the way they work and publish their books and stories, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too. All right, let's come back to you, Calvin. You are talking to us about technology and innovation. So let's start with technology. How is it relevant to writing? How is technology relevant to writing?
Okay, so to talk about that, I would just so I look at that in three different phases. Okay, so for every writer out there who want to leverage technology, so I'm more like look at this thing in three phases. So the first phase is productivity. Okay, um like I rightly said, writing has evolved over time, and as we speak today, you don't necessarily to spend a year to get your book out there for publishing or something. And if you look at the approach to that, when some people write, you have people who are going to do proofreading and all that. And trust me, proofreading itself is one of the biggest tasks that a lot of people get stuck and they keep going over the manuscript over and over again. But to be more productive in terms of technologies that would help you to be more productive, there are a good number of technologies that are out there that are more like designed for you as a writer to be able to leverage some of these things to boost your productivity. For example, a platform like Grammarly. I don't know, maybe a good number of persons are about Grammarly. Grammarly is a platform that allows you to do all your writings and proofreading just at one spot. Okay, so to boost your productivity, for example, you want to look at something like Grammarly. So when you are writing on Grammarly, for example, it's on the cloud. It's a web-based solution, such that if you're writing on your iPad now and you stopped somewhere, you could easily pick up your phone and connect to that same Grammarly, and you pick up from where you stopped. And if you get to the office, you could just sit back in your with your laptop, and you still get connected on the same document. So necessarily, you wouldn't necessarily have to be go to one document just because you want to work on one particular document. And the most powerful thing about Grammarly is the fact that proofreading, all the headache of proofreading is taken from you, because as a writer, you want to ensure that you are as much as error free as possible in terms of your both your syntax, your grammatical expressions and all that. Grammarly is basically a body of work that takes care of everything. Your typo errors, your um, your syntactic errors, then grammatical error, then contextual. Okay, so when you are writing something, there are contexts to what you are writing. For example, if you want to say um, drive, there's a context. If you're talking about driving a car, there's also a context to driving. If you are like, I'm driving you, like I'm motivating you to do something. So these are different contexts. But the beautiful thing with a platform like Grammarly, it allows you to take care of all those nuances while you as a writer focus on your content. Okay, that is just one tool that allows you to do so much around that. Then, if you are collaborating on document, for example, you have two or more persons sharing that, writing, sharing thought on that same particular piece, you have something like Google Doc. Okay, it's a cloud-based solution that allows you to have hundreds of persons collaborate on just one document. So the interesting thing about that is it's completely free. So you have more than one person contributing to just one document. You can have different versions of it, and that makes it interesting. So you want somebody to write a preface for you, or somebody to add some thoughts to your to what you're writing. You don't need to send them a word document. You just send them a link to a Google Doc. They do all the editing of what they want to add to it, and boom, your writing is ready. So tools like this, Medium is another part for publishing your whatever you write, maybe like your short writings and all that. So Medium is a very huge platform. But I'll just summarize on that. These are for productivity. Then second, let me talk about visibility. Okay, so your content is as good as nothing if people are not aware of whatever content you have. No matter how great your content is, you want your content to be out there. You never can tell how much people who are interested in that, like the big journals, give you a call and say, look, we want to feature this your article on our journal or something. So, or you have a larger body of work and you just want to release more like snippet of it, that you want it to be out there to water people's appetite, such that when they now need a comprehensive stuff, they can now reach out to you. So visibility becomes important for a writer, and you have technology solutions that aids that. So for example, platform like Medium is the go-to point. Okay, it allows you to create published article at no cost, and it also helps you to monetize it, so you get paid while you are showcasing article on Medium. I just wrap up with that, since there won't be no so much time. So listing product, maybe we can still come to that, and some of the other products that allows you to show visibility, including Reddit, including Quora, which have platforms that allows you to share and put your content out there. Because it's very important for a writer for you to have your content out there and people are aware of the great stuff you have. Then thirdly, which is the final one, would be on intellectual property. This is really important. Okay, you want to leverage technology as much as possible to protect your intellectual property. So as a writer, you are actually writing, okay, and you are spending hours writing a whole lot of stuff that you think would be relevant to your audience. It could be a book, it could be a journal, but we live in a world today where plagiarism has become the norm. So you have your content out there, before you know it, somebody replicates your content and I mean puts up some thoughts and changes as its own. So how do you protect your intellectual property? And that is where technology also come in. Okay, so we have technology platforms that allows you to protect your intellectual property. Okay, for something like a platform like Google Reads, it's a fantastic platform that allows you to protect your intellectual property. So these three things, I just want to summarize it at that: productivity, technology boosts your productivity in writing, visibility, for you have access to a larger pool of audience and you share your content to them. Then the final one is intellectual property. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Calvin, for those thoughts. Those are wonderful ones, and I think taking those words to the bank will earn us billions of dollars. Thank you so much for your thoughts. All right, and very quickly, I like Patience. I like you to talk about this. Earlier today, we talked about localization. That's making our works global, becoming international writers. What tools do you think we can use so we can communicate our works to the larger world?
Thank you very much for that question, Perpetua. So, I would like to refer to some of the things the first speaker, that's Tolu, had mentioned. He talked about going global with your content and becoming relevant. So, I mean, to go global with your content, with your writings, with your content, there are several tools you can leverage, and I would say that you know putting out your content and becoming relevant to a global audience, you need to first of all take into cognizance your target audience. You need to be aware, and that's why I said being a transformative writer has to do with the mindset. You have to have the mindset first that, see, I'm a transformative writer. I'm different. I'm not just a local player but a global player, because really, with the advent of digital, the global place. I mean, the world has become like a global village. It has become that's one place where everybody can see each other. You can be here and have friends you've never met physically. You can have friends, you can have audiences, you can have people, sharing and, reading your work from all over the world. I mean, I have friends and people I connect with daily on different platforms without necessarily meeting them face to face. Yes, some I've had the opportunity to meet and we relate like we've known for years. Some I've never met them, but we still connect, we still share opportunities and all of that. So, I mean, the digital platform, the digital channels are a great way to to share your content globally, to even build connections and relationships with people, including your target audiences or people who would read your work globally. So it's a great place to start. And some of these platforms, I mean, there are several of them. I mean, digital channels where you can begin to connect with your audiences globally. We have Kelvin mentioned a few. He mentioned Medium, he mentioned Quora, you know, personal blog, building a personal branding, building your own personal blog, your personal branding. It's a great way to start, and being known for that. And but another thing with personal branding is you need to stay consistent with it. So building your personal branding, having a blog either on Medium, Substack, or building a personal blog on WordPress or Blogger. There are several of these platforms. These are ways you can connect with your global audiences, because and then to do this also you need to be aware of keywords and search words that people are looking out for, content that will be relevant to the global audiences. We talked about, I know the previous speakers talked a lot about creating your niche. So what is your niche, and then who are the kind of audiences that are interested in your niche? You need to be able to draft that. So you have to be strategic in your writing. You can't just say, I want to put out content there, I want to connect with people out there. You have to be strategic. It takes a lot of work, but once that initial planning and work is done, it's easy to just build on the rest. So you have to determine where are the platforms I believe these audiences that want to connect with my content will be, or want to connect with my writings will be. So you have to determine, okay, will they be on? So when you have a blog, you have to promote your blog content, you have to promote them. One way to self promote or to allow, or one way to automatically promote your content on your blog is through search engine optimization or keywords optimizing, as it were, using the right keywords. And then you have to do some research. We have Screenever that helps you to research, to write. There are different tools out there you can use. Of course, we have Google. There's Google search. You can put in those keywords, just look at what people are searching for, and then that can help you to organize your content in such a way that when you put them up on these platforms, like creating your own blog, either via Medium, Substack, either via WordPress or Blogger, once you have the right keywords and things people really want that are relevant to them, they'll automatically go to this content and start, sharing them. And then, of course, you can help people to subscribe to this content on a regular. Medium or Substack allows you to allow people to actually opt into your email if they want to receive regular email from you, so that when you publish a new content, they can actually get an automatic they can actually be prompted automatically via their emails, and then they can come in and read your content already. So that is one way. Also, like I said, there are channels where you can also put this on. For example, LinkedIn. Via LinkedIn, you can connect with people, like building your personal profile across all the social media platforms. Instagram is a great way. I mean, there are several authors, writers I follow on Instagram, poets. They just do snippets, like short right. They just put like short forms of their write-ups on Instagram on a regular, and every day they connect to different audiences all around the world. Another way you can do this is guest writing. You can actually leverage guest writing, and on different blogs. There are several blogs that are popular. I mean, there's Thrive Global, there's Brittle Paper. There are several blogs that will allow you just write on them for free. You don't need to pay any money. In fact, some of these blogs, some of these content platforms, they're looking for good content. So if your content is relevant to what so you have to do your research. I think that's very big for writers in this. You have to research your audience. You have to research some of these external blogs or third-party blogs that want content on them. What kind of content do they usually publish? What kind of content do my own niche or write? Do my own writing niche, my own niche, does it fall into this category? How can I brand myself or pitch my content to these people? So those are some of the things you can begin to ask yourself. And then how can I gain relevance among my target audience globally? So you begin to ask yourself these questions, and you do a lot of research to see what is relevant to people, what are people looking out for. Because the way you write online or the way you sell your content online is quite different from the way you may do so traditionally. If you're writing in a book, there are certain words you use and they may not matter. But when you want to write online, you want to write an ebook, you want to write a blog, you want to write a short story somewhere else, there are certain things to look out for, and keywords is a huge part of it. Your title, of course, is that what people are searching for? So keywords basically. So I talked about creating your personal branding, having a blog, and then having social media channels where you put short form content that can link people back to your blog. I talked about having people opt into your email market or email communications where they can get um, automatic prompts when you have new content up. And then of course I talked about researching your audiences globally and what they're actually looking out for, so that when you put out the content, because the truth is there's no Medium is not for only people in Nigeria or people in the US. If you put your content out on Medium or Substack or WordPress or Blogger, anybody anywhere can see it. The online platform, the web is so interconnected that it's a global village. It's one place and everybody connects. So when you're writing, you have to bear in mind that it's not only Nigerians that will be consuming my content, or only African people that will consume my content. People from all over the world, and some of these people truly, they are looking for things from Africa. They are looking for content from Africa that they can consume online. So there are several ways you can connect to your audiences. You can even use the Amazon. I think we'll come to that later. I won't mention all of these tools now, but like I said, you can also guest write. And one of the ways you can write, I know some of you might say, what platforms or what are these popular blogs where I can write on. You can actually use Google search to search out the words. You can use the keywords, write for us, guest blogging, and all of that. Several will pop up, and you'll be able to select which one. Like I said, you just find the one that is relevant to your own niche, to your own style, because some of these blogs, they have their guidelines and what they're looking out for. So just using that is also very key. So there's, like I said earlier, there's several ways to connect to your audience. Instagram is also a great platform where you can have short form content, but your personal branding is also very key. Being consistent. You can use tools like Canva or other tools to create like a template that you can keep using regularly and put out those short form contents on these platforms. And then you can get maybe popular people, influencers, to help you reshare your content or tag them in it, and that would be a great way to connect. You can tag some popular influencers and people, and if they find your content interesting, they can help you share it free of charge. Like, you don't have to spend money to do these things. Thank you. I hope I was able to answer directly the question that was asked.
Thank you, Patience. That was a very, very good one. Quite informative and educative. I'd like you to please mirror. I'd like you to narrow in on keywords, understanding the keyword, how it works. You said a lot of things about SEO, all of these things. These things sound like the things that a digital marketer would normally use, and all that. But I'm a writer, and now you're talking about digital marketing. It's like you're getting me deeper into it. Can you try to help us simplify how this thing works? Because sometimes when some of us see SEO, Google Ads, and analytics and stuff like that, we just feel it's for the digital marketers alone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so when I was talking about your title, so for example, when you want to write a book, like an hard copy book, or back in the days before the digital era, when you want to write a book that is just going to be hard copy only, the traditional way, the kind of titles you probably pick or select will probably be things that, of course, are relevant to a particular context or people. So you'll find books from back in the days, maybe Wale Soyinka, or some of these people, they talk about things in the African context, and they I don't know how they come about their titles, but I'm just saying, when you write books in those days, you're looking for things that appeal to a certain audiences, or things that contextualized for a particular locality or particular group of people. But when you're writing online, because we already mentioned that the world is a global village with digital, it's not like Facebook is only for Nigeria. There's Nigerian Facebook. No, Facebook is Facebook. My profile on Facebook can be viewed by my friend in the US or by anybody else anywhere around the world. So when you're writing, there are certain things you need to look out for to help your content to gain natural visibility, such that you don't have to use money to pay to get it to be visible to people. So these things are called keywords, and that's where SEO comes in. SEO simply means search engine optimization. What it means is, when people are searching, it's just like earlier, which day was that? What was I looking for now? Every day we search on Google. Many of us search. You're looking for something, or you just hear one way, okay, where can I get this? How can I find this? Oh, you start to search for things. Even without searching, Google brings out, once you have a phone that uses Android, Google naturally will send you, or will put out like top content to you. So if you want your content to appear as part of those top content that Google will naturally put out to people, it has to be things that people already search for, content that people already consume. Things or keywords people have used in their search. So when I say keywords are just words, like the words or the title of words that you put into your search engine when you're searching. So for example, I'm trying to look for, maybe I'm looking for African authors, or African or best books to read in 2020, or best literature books to read in 2020. Literature there is a keyword, because I mean, best can be best cars, best this. So best in itself might not be the actual keyword. So keyword is, they're all words, but keywords is now that thing that makes my search unique. For example, best, I could say best air, best this. So best can be used by everybody. So best in that word, or those that particular set of words I'm searching for, might not is not the keyword. But literature, because everybody, once you say literature, it makes what I'm looking for unique. So best literature books in 2020, or best, best or top emerging authors in 2020. So that emerging an author actually are the keywords in that search that I'm looking for. So that is what I mean by keyword. So what are those unique words that people who would read your books or your content, who will consume your content, what are those things they will naturally put into their search engine to search when they want to get content that is like yours, or content that is similar to yours. So you have to research those things. You have Google Key Planner to help you in searching for those keywords. You have Google Key Planner. You can use Google Key Planner. Um, there are other tools. There's SEO. There's Optimizely. It helps you to get these keywords out, and then you're able to search like, okay, what are people who want to read maybe African kind of authors? Depends on your niche actually. Is it contemporary? What is your niche? What's your style of writing? So when you look out for those things, or what people are recently searching for, it will help you in your writing. I mean, a lot of journalists do that, especially when there's a trend. They tend to ride on it very quickly and write. And that's how the digital world is very dynamic. So you can't say, oh, the book I wrote, and that's why you have to keep doing an update of your editions or keep writing. Like Kelvin mentioned, you can actually churn out your book in 3 months, 4 months. Because why? You want to leverage on trends, you want to leverage on current happenings. I mean, by next year now, we don't know how COVID-19 will go. But if you start writing or try to use keyword COVID-19, it might not work. Even right now, it might not work so much because the old talk about COVID-19 has died down a bit. But if like 4 5 months ago you do something, you write something and you use COVID-19, coronavirus, I mean your content will come up in search, in top searches, even on Quora, Medium, where people are just looking for content. Even Google will naturally bring it up to people. Because why? Those are relevant keywords at that time, and a lot of people were looking for things, home-based learning. They were selling keywords that were trending like 5 4 months ago when COVID-19 was at its peak. But right now, this is Christmas season, holiday season. So a lot of people will be searching for, oh, how to decorate my house Christmas, how to do this. So there'll be a lot of search around Christmas, holiday, because Christmas is around the corner. A few weeks ago, it was Thanksgiving, Black Friday, sales. A lot of people were searching for sales and all that. I'm just giving general examples. But I'm just saying for books now, even some people might be looking for holiday books or things, stories around holidays and things that will make. So those are keywords, you can begin to look out for. So whenever, if you think, okay, my book, if I start to write now, this story, maybe it's a long one, but I'm just talking about general writing for your blogs. So blogs are content you can put out on a weekly basis, monthly basis, daily basis. So these are things you must be on the lookout for. But when you want to publish like an ebook, for example, you probably give yourself a timeline. If in the next 4 3 months my book will be coming out, what will be the theme around that season that I can leverage on? You have to think ahead. You can't just, and that's what a transformative writer do. A transformative writer plans ahead. A transformative writer takes into cognizance trends and what is happening around them. So you can't just say, oh, with digital, you can't just say, oh, I'm just going to write a book, and because I'm an African author, there's a way they publish it. No, with digital, you can actually self-publish and you can grow your audiences, but you have to do it over time. And that's what SEO and keywords help you to do with your blogs, with your content you put out. Even when you are guest writing in a popular blog, the keywords you use will make your content stand out. And when people search, because that blog is already a popular blog, your own content on that blog will come up top because you have taken into cognizance things that people already are looking for. So you're meeting people at the point of their search, and that's a very great way to connect to them anytime, anywhere. Through search, people are already searching. It means they want that thing they are looking for. So you're not interrupting what they're doing with display and all of. No, people are already searching for these things. They want something similar to what you're offering. That's why your content will pop out. So if you can write around that, that's what keywords and SEO. SEO just simply means, like I earlier said, search engine optimization. So you're optimizing how people, when they search, how your content comes up as top content for people. when they are searching. So you're optimizing your content to be seen by people, by your target audience. Thank you. I hope that is using layman
It's
terms.
explanatory. Seriously,
I just
seriously.
want
You just broke those things down. That's like wow, that's a beautiful one. Thank you so much, Patience, for
to work
speaking
on
on
the
keyword extensively and SEO. And I do hope that we heard a lot of the things you mentioned. And Calvin today mentioned some tools that I think we shouldn't joke with. If we're not familiar with any of them, I think we should start working on getting familiar, becoming familiar. For example, Optimize the Google Key Planner and some other tools that they have mentioned, I believe are the tools that will help us. Personally, I'm confessing now, when I hear SEO optimization or I hear some of these things, I try to run away from them. I tell myself I'm not a digital marketer. I'm just, who I am and all that. But now I know that whatever it is I'm doing, even if it's just a little post I want to make on Instagram, I want to ensure that I maximize everything, whatever it is that is needed to give you the recognition it needs. I have to ensure that I use it. So I hope that you will embrace these platforms. Also, if you have questions for them, I would like you to drop the questions. Please drop your questions now if you have questions for them, because this is very important. We'll soon be done with both of them, but I think that there is a lot to get out from them. That's why I really want you to ask your questions. Calvin, very quickly, just before I ask you the very last question, I do not know if you have an addition to some of the things that patients talked about. Do you have an addition or additions to the things she talked about? Very quickly before I ask you the very last question.
Okay, so thank you, and thank you. The last speaker did a whole lot of patience. You actually did some very amazing expose on some of the things that writers need to know. Just like she said, the idea of search engine optimization, as we speak today, is not an option. Okay, it's not something for digital marketers as we used to know it. So the truth is, I mean, in my own experience, I find out that a lot of people who are content writers, so some parade themselves as content writers, and sometimes when you eventually get them on a gig and say, oh, why not help me to come up with something? And these people don't have idea of what keywords, I mean, how it's very important to really first and foremost do your keyword research, such that whenever you are, I mean, whatever content you're having out there is going to be easily visible or searchable via search engines like Google or Bing. And that's where I think the disconnect is most times. So the idea of actually optimizing of content, it's more like should be the default for every one looking to especially leverage technology to write and put things out there. So first and foremost, take out time. You're writing your keyword research, and there's Google Trend. So Google Trend basically tells you. So if you go Google Trend, it gives you a context of some of the right. I mean the top trends. So you have idea that you could plan those keywords such that when you are writing for a client or whatever, you are able to position whatever article or whatever thing you are writing, and you have those keywords well placed within the content of that, such that you could target people who are searching via search engines.
All right, thank you for that. That's another way to just wrap up all that we have heard today on that particular subject matter, keyword and search engine optimization. All right, now very quickly, I want to ask you this one. That's a question from Student Security Nigeria. Student Security Nigeria, and this is the question. It says, how can I build more online trust for my content? How can I build more online trust for my content? Calvin, you want to have that one, yeah? You want to respond to that question?
Okay. So, a good question. So first, the first question I would ask is that first, do you have a platform? Okay. I don't just mean social media, because social media only amplify. I like the fact that when you can leverage on social media to create snippets and more like give a short description of what your thoughts are. You have them on LinkedIn, you have it on Facebook, on Twitter, and all that. But again, you need to have a platform where you onboard whoever is clicking, is visiting your social media handle. So the question to you would be first that do you have a platform? So a platform is could be a blog, okay? I always say this. It used to be rocket science before now, but as simple as with a few clicks, it's easier to set up a simple blog. Okay, so that first that becomes your first impression. Social media comes in very easier. You are already on Facebook, you're already on Twitter. I mean, keep up with that. But then once you have something that is useful content that you want people to get to know about, how do you do it? You first and foremost have that platform where you onboard everyone who is, I mean, who potentially will be interested in your content. And then again, one very interesting thing to how did that once you have a platform, you want to look at measures on how to retain readers, and that is where something like having a subscriber list becomes very important in the digital marketing world. Like sales, for example, they call it building a list. Okay, building a list for targeting, for conversions and all that. But are you as a writer, you want to build an audience. The truth is that you have Facebook, you have Twitter, you have I mean, LinkedIn. In my own context, like in my experience, they are not really your audience. The audience you have are those who will eventually subscribe to your newsletter and would be interested in whatever content that will be coming from you. So once you set up a simple blog, as simple as it can, not something elaborate, check out there is Google Pages, which is free. There's WordPress.com, so you could have that, and without even a domain, you could. But then I would advise you, if you want to take things serious, pay a few dollars to set up a domain to host your blog and all that. So once you have that, you have a few contents there, well optimized. Then create your subscriber list. See, you have to guide this thing with all your might. Subscriber list is the biggest thing that you could ever do that will help you to be more like you are building a pipeline for your readers and people who are interested in your content. So you have this subscriber page and say, hey, I'm giving you, for example, you could give them something as a bait. Okay, you have a very interesting book that you want to share with them subsequently. Why not give a chapter or first two chapter for them for free by simply dropping their emails and sign up for your email list? So you put that on your Facebook, on your Twitter, on your LinkedIn, and say, hey, I'm giving you my free book on how to do ABC. And this is a very insightful stuff that would help you. Then I mean, click on this link to get it. So once they click on that, they are asked for their email. Once they put in their email, you eventually capture them and store them into a mailing list. Whereas you now send that ebook, maybe first chapter of the book, just to water their appetite. You send it to them via email. Now, subsequently, you can now target them with, I mean, your promotional materials, new contents that will be coming in on the regular basis, because they already subscribed, and every content you have will be sending directly to their right into their email. So that becomes a way that you can help to build your trust. I mean, again, content is king. Okay, so if you don't really have the content, you don't even talk about building trust. Okay, you need to have the content. But most important, I think the problem most people have is that they have the content, but again, while they have the content, they are not doing enough to get people to come for that content. And that is the area I just try to address. Get a platform, get build a subscriber list. MailChimp is the go-to point. It's free for the first 1,000 subscribers. Get something like that attached to your blog, then you should be able to build a good number of audience that are interested in your content.
Thank you for that. And for the last question that I have for you today, tell me, what products and services can writers create from their skills? And I mean products and services that can be sold.
Okay, interesting question. So, first and foremost, let me talk about this. So one major problem I find is the fact that, I think there's this thing called imposter syndrome. Let me just quickly, talk on that because, sometimes you are a good writer, okay, maybe intermediate writer, but you felt you're not good enough and you are not really pushing so hard to have your content out there, okay, and at the end of the day you are not making conscious efforts to build, like you said, services around what you do. So first and foremost, you need to fight that imposter syndrome and be confident in your own content. When you are confident in your content, then you can now think about, how do I turn this content into a product or a service? Now let me start with the aspect of service. On the aspect of service, the I think the speaker that spoke on the past session, um I think Joke. So Joke said something very interesting, and she talked about how she actually did something for an oil and gas company. Okay, they actually did what they call a coffee brew. Okay, but if you look at the story, the what she said, she actually took it upon herself to find a find a missing gap and say, look, let me fill this gap. So again, on the service part, there are a lot of companies that basically don't even have anything substantial enough on their website or their portfolio, whatever thing. In my experience, we work with a good number of clients. We currently have a client that, when we eventually got the contracts to get to work on her website, the very first shocking thing we find out was that there wasn't any content. Okay, she has an old, like the company has a formal, like more like a website before now. When we assessed everything, and talking about what we really convert for them, we saw that there is nothing, like in terms of content, there's nothing there. So I think this is where, writers should start looking at, how do we come in, look at companies, their platforms, their websites, their brochures, and whatever things they have. Then you come up with an idea on how you can make those things better. Okay, and with something like that, you can now, if you look at what that's Miss Joker talked about, you need to, aside that you are a fantastic writer, which is very good, you need to be able to have that business mindset to be able to build a service around that. Somebody asked a very interesting question. The person said, can writing sustain you in this kind of economy? The truth is, the answer is yes and no. Yes, because there's a lot of opportunities you can fit in. Okay, like what Joke did. How can you look at what somebody already has in terms of their portfolio, in terms of their brochure and their website generally? Then you come up with something more interesting and basically reach out to them and say, hey, I can do this better. This is a sample of what I think, would be interesting to you. Okay, and that is where you need to plug in. Then the second answer, to the question, is no. Because if you don't really position yourself, trust me, the economy will be very much challenging and it will be frustrating as a writer for you. So on the side of service, think through it. How do I monetize my content? How do I really start providing services? And trust me, let me tell you, there are a lot of companies looking for people to write content for them. Solid content writers that would help them to project their business well and help them sell things better off. And that will start from you looking at what companies are there. And when you're on social media, you are not just on social media to join the bandwagon and make all that noise. You are spotting out potential opportunities. So you see somebody, right, and you say, look, okay, could this be that this company is hiring and they're looking for a way to rewrite their more like their job description and all that, then you send a message to them like an email and say, look, or an inbox and say, look, this is what we do. We write job descriptions. We can do things to help you to target your audience well, and that becomes a service that will take you from one level of success to another. And that's the service side. Now let me talk on the product side. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do on the product side. um um I built a product before now. I mean, good number of products. For example, I have a platform called Startup Buzz. So Startup Buzz is basically a platform that allow to tell stories of young startups in Nigeria. I mean, when I started, it was basically focusing around technology startups and startups that are just coming in. So the whole idea is that we want to tell story about the buzz around startups in Nigeria and by extension Africa. And that was when I actually built that platform. I started sharing content. I started pushing the content. I have a number of persons who actually have their own startups to tell their stories on that platform. But let me tell you something interesting. About a year ago, a company reached out to me from the UK. Okay, so the company reached out to me from the UK, and this is what they are interested in. They want to, they're interested in my domain, one, and the niche I am focusing on is something that got them very, very interesting. And they're like, look, we want to be on board on this thing. And here was the proposition, what they were proposing. They intend to outrightly buy the whole platform. And if I tell you how much they are willing to pay for it, it's some very good money. Like, I mean, somewhere above, $5,000. But one thing I find interesting is that so my team and myself and my team now wrote to them and we like, look, because I'm using this as a case study because Startup Buzz is a product. Okay, it's a product that somebody somewhere in the UK, a full-fledged company in the UK who is into talent management and consulting for startup, willing to buy a platform. We just basically spend some money building. I mean, how much? We didn't even spend so much, and they are ready to pay as much as $5,000 to buy the entire thing. But the drawback was that they just want to buy the whole entire thing and go. When I actually met with some of my mentors and people who are experienced in this, and they told me to make a more solid value proposition and said no. Instead of outrightly buying the whole platform from us, we are proposing that we work with you and we more like have a sharing agreement for this thing. So you have a stake in this thing. You have a global audience in the UK and in France because they are basically in UK and in France. You could build on that, but why not let us work together? But then they were not willing. They just want to buy something outrightly, of which we were not willing to sell at that point in time. But that just give you an idea of how something we built somewhere in 2016 becomes, after 2 3 years, becomes something somebody is willing to buy at that. If we were willing to buy, we would have just said to them completely and just moved on. Okay, so product is your platform, and as we speak today, we have considerable money we make from Startup Bus. And another platform I have called Financial Technology Africa for fintechs. Everything about financial technology. If I show you about my Google AdSense, ideally in a month, the revenue is substantial. And the truth is without even posting, if you look some of those platforms, I mean, I've been so busy with so many things, commitment, and with my team and other projects we have on our hand that we have not been consistent so much on those platforms, yet we still make revenue. Our AdSense still accrue revenue every month. So the thing now is that we have the platform there and the content is there. And from now till the end of time, anybody that stumble on those things and eventually click on that thing, we are earning revenue from whoever is clicking on those thing. because we have Google AdSense and advert is displayed on those platforms, and consistently we have accrued revenue that is coming in for us. So this
Thank
is
you,
just
Kelvin.
another side of it. So a product, it
Okay.
be a platform that allows you to be able to monetize using Google AdSense, or you do affiliate marketing to more like
Okay.
monetize whatever stuff you have. Then another product could be your ebook. Okay, a lot of how to's and how do you do this and various hacks becomes surface here. So if you have idea on how to do stuff, why not, write a simple ebook and put it out there for something like 10, 15, or $30. That'll be
All right,
easier for
Kelvin.
people to
Let me
get to
butt in
look at.
here. Let me butt in
Yeah.
here, Kelvin. All right. Thank you for your thoughts. You said a whole lot. I wish we had all the time. We would have just listened to you till the very end. But of course, we have to also give room for some other people. So just before we cut it back with you, can you just give us your parting shot in few seconds? Just very
You
quick, in
mean
few
hi?
seconds. Yes, in few
You mean hi?
seconds.
Okay. Okay,
Yes,
few
Kelvin.
seconds. Put yourself out there. Okay.
Okay.
Whichever, no matter how brilliant you are, you need people to be aware of your content. Put yourself out there, and somehow, somewhere, somebody will find you. Some big journals will reach out to you, and that is how the big break would start. Thank you.
Thank you too. All right, Patience, let's have your parting shot.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, thank you, Lead Africa Writers, for this opportunity. And I would like to say that be consistent with your personal branding, be consistent in building your platforms and your products, be consistent in your writing, create your niche, and know who you are, know who your target audiences are, know what the trends are, and keep developing yourself. When the opportunity comes, a lot of brands are out there looking for, like Kelvin said, looking for platforms, looking for content, looking for people are looking for content. They're looking for content, brands, people, organization. So if you're consistent, you'll be seen, you'll be heard, and they'll definitely come to you and make proposition. So be consistent, know your audience, build your personal branding. Someone said actually made this. It says marketing is like sending an invitation out to people, like come and buy, come and your SEOs will help you do that. But then he said your branding, that's your branding and the way you present your content and all of that is like the experience you give people when they come for the party. So you send out an invitation out, you send out an invitation platform that will attract the right people. But then how do they see? Do they see the right things? That is the experience that you give to them, and that is where personal branding and consistency comes into play. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Patience. Thank you, Kelvin. It's been wonderful and amazing listening to both of you. Thank you for the thoughts. I think this is a very practical session. I want to believe everybody really enjoyed this session. And I know that since we started this morning, it's been practical. And this is just another level of practical. Do not worry. I believe that some people, just like my humble self, will also start practicing some of the things that you have talked about today. And then I think just before we move on to the presentation of the journal, it's important we highlight some of the thoughts that have been mentioned here today. It's important that to a very large extent we remain calm. That thought was shared by Mrs. Joke, that we should be calm, we should think more so that we can become more creative. She was saying that we need to see things, we need to be more alert. And the more alert we are, the more we see things, the more our minds will be open to ideas, and the more we begin and continue to do that, the better we will be as writers. I hope Adele Golanho is getting ready because very soon you will be giving us the presentation of the journal. This journal is by Lead Africa Writers, and he's here to present it to us, to tell us all we need to know about it. Adele Golanho, the Director of Operations, Lead Africa Writers, please, I would like to hear you now.
All right. Okay. Hello, Perpetual. Thank you so much.
Hi, how are you
It's been
doing?
I'm okay. I'm good. Great session so far. Great conference.
You
Um,
can say that.
I'm speaking from Jos. Greetings from Jos, and it's quite a pleasant thing to me that a lot of people have been blessed. Reading the comments have given me so much excitement. And okay, straight to the point. Under 5 minutes, I'll be talking about the Law Journal. The Law Journal. All right, first and foremost, I want to appreciate all our speakers and panelists so far. You all have been exceptionally wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, straight to the journal. It was a very tough one, being that I like to call this journal the first brainchild of Lead Africa Writers, because this is our first publication as a community of writers, as an association. And it's been awesome. The responses have been great. First and foremost, also let me mention this. The journal is a springboard of three ideas, three factors. The first one is the fact that Lead Africa Writers, the community of emerging writers in Nigeria and in Africa, in the continent. All right. So one of our core aim is to project and to promote content, to promote great content coming out of our community and also that of Africa, the continent. That is one. The second factor that necessitated this journal is the fact that the year 2020 has been such a wonderful one. Let me not say otherwise. It's quite a fantastic year. It's quite an eventful one for everyone around the globe. And as much as the year has been quite disappointing to some people, we discovered that a lot of it became a source of inspiration to quite a number of writers, especially in our community, Lead Africa writers. And a lot of people went back to their writing passion. A lot of people rediscovered their writing passion during the lockdown. So a lot of writings took place. So we thought it wise to put together works that came up from these lockdown, from these coronavirus lockdowns and the likes. So we came up with the idea of the journal, and here we are today. And the third reason, of course, is that Lead Africa Writers were supposed to celebrate our anniversary October 30th, but due to some reasons and some events that took place in the country, we had to shift, and now we're having the conference today. And of course, the journal was meant to commemorate the anniversary of the platform. All right, so straight to the journal. What should you expect? Man, I can't say this in words. Sincerely, I can't really say this in words because a lot of efforts have gone into the journal, and I can tell you for sure it's something you should look forward to. It's something you should look forward to. Um, Generally, we have about 40 entries, and 25 were able to make it through. We did a lot of scanning, we did a lot of filtering, and about, yes, we have 25 entries that made it, that qualified to the publication stage. All right, and so far so good. I also want to thank the content team. I want to thank the creative team, that's the design team. They've been awesome. You need to see the design of this journal. It's something you are going to be excited to see. Trust me. Come on, check out the flyers, check out the content, the designs that you've had so far. Man, you have to give it up to these great guys. It's been awesome working with them. And all right, but before I go, I would like to give you a tip of the iceberg. Like I was saying, Nigeria experienced a lot of setbacks during the year 2020. Of course, we are still in the year, but it's also birthed the writing endeavor in most of our members and other writers in the continent and abroad. All right, so recently, Wale Soyinka published a novel in over 40 years. I think he has not published one, but he published one, and the title was captioned, is it "The Happiest People on the Face of the Earth"? Of course, that's Nigerian for you. That Nigerians for you. We seem to have we seem to draw strength from our negative experiences. we seem to have a way we walk around our tough times and we just smile at the end. So I'm going to be reading an excerpt from the journal, just three paragraphs. How someone, okay, let me just go straight to it without talking too much. All right. The title of the entry I'm reading now is Unexpected Twist, just to show you what some people went through at the wake of the lockdown. So I read, Laura had plans just as every resident of Lagos did. She has just been asked to interview for the position of a personal assistant to the Director of Welfare for Access Bank PLC after having sent in her CV. Her interview was slated for 1st April 2020. She had been in search of a job since after her service year, and her savings from the Alawi was about to be exhausted. She was excited as this was the first positive response she was getting since she started job hunting. Little did she know that the whole world was about to have a new experience. Sunday, the 29th of March 2020, President Muhammadu Buhari announced the cessation of movements across Lagos State, Ogun State, and Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. The lockdown was to take effect from Monday, 30th March 2020, and last through 2 weeks due to the increase in the number of cases of the coronavirus since the country's first case about a month earlier. It was an urgent precaution measure and was in the best interest of the residents of all three states, but it did not come with downsides of which Laura was a victim. The lockdown came with the cancellation of her interview by the management of Access Bank PLC and was postponed till further notice. So this is to give you an hint into what to expect. The beauty of the journal is you have realities being portrayed as fiction. A lot of people actually wrote personal experiences, but they twisted it into fictional materials for people to enjoy. Even I myself, I went through some sordid experiences during the lockdown, but I thank God we are all doing fine, and a lot of people are pulling through as God will have it. And of course, just as Wole Soyinka's novel is titled, "The Happiest People on Earth," we are Nigerians, okay? All right. So one last thing I'm going to say is that this journal is coming to you free of charge. You don't need to pay anything. It's absolutely free. The journal is absolutely free. So and one also the release date is the 19th of December 2020. On the 19th of December 2020, the journal will be out and will be up for downloads all across the globe. All right, so please do well to stay tuned. If you have not joined our Telegram group, the link will be dropped right on this platform or various platforms for you to link up and get a copy of your own. I believe we are having a great time so far. Thank you so much. Perpetua, that will be all from me. Thank you so much.
That was a very good one. Agbalam has told us about this particular journal, and I was interested. I was fascinated and captivated when he was talking about Laura's experience. I believe that experience is something a lot of people understand. It's something that some people can resonate with. I mean, it was something that affected so many things. Some persons had interviews, they couldn't attend the interviews. Some people had weddings. I mean, I had a friend who was based or still based in the UK, and the wife, they are now married, also based in the UK. They were supposed to come to Nigeria to have their wedding, but they had to put that on hold. And after 2 months, nothing was changing. They did a very private wedding in the United Kingdom, and they'll be coming back to Nigeria to throw a party. So yeah, I know it affected so many things, but I want to believe we are getting better for it. We're taking our learnings and we are getting ourselves prepared for anything that comes up again in the future. I want to believe we are getting more prepared for issues like that. Okay, we'll be having the vote of thanks right now from Biodu. I guess some persons are like, perfection is at the end. Oh well, whatever has a beginning must surely have an end, except eternity. Okay, so Biodu will be giving us the vote of thanks. Biodu is the content team lead of Lead Africa Writers. Biodu will be having you now for the vote of thanks. Okay, I guess he's not on standby yet. Biodo, if you're there, I'm trying to see if Biodo is there. All right, then let's have the director, Lead Africa Writers, Liliana Apowa.
Thank you, Perpetua. It's been such a wonderful time having people connecting from different places, having such an amazing anchor, having our IT at work, and also every other person, the Trailblazers team, that is our team, the management and leadership team, working at the back end, ensuring that every participant have access to this conference and get their inquiries sorted out. So I want to say thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for the work that has gone in to this conference preparation. Particularly, I would like to say thank you to our speakers. Mrs. Joke Kujenya, we want to say a big thank you for that awesome session. It was really a bit of a tough one getting her because of her busy schedule, but thank God she made it. All our speakers made it this year. There was no single speaker that was not available. And we want to sincerely appreciate you for that, for your availability. We also want to say thank you to Kelvin Oyana. Thank you for that panel session. You were spot on, you were on point, you gave us the right answers needed to go into the year 2021 as we shift. So I want to say thank you to Mrs. Tejumade Shijuade Oke. She's actually the princess of Ile-Ife. We want to say thank you for taking out time, Barrister Teju. We are really grateful. We love your session as well. We also want to say thank you to our second panelist, Patience Salami. We say thank you for your time. It was really nice hearing you talk about keywords, like a very wonderful IT guru. Thank you so much for your session. I want to say thank you on behalf of the Lead Africa Writers Network to Tolu Akinyemi, who is currently in the UK. Thank you for making time out to be at this session and for being such a wonderful speaker. A lot of our speakers made reference to your session. It was really a good way to start off and kick off the conference. Thank you very much. And while I'm moving on to the presentation or aspect to our speakers, I would like to say thank you to all our team leads, our directors, Abosede Omolola, to Adenlegbola on Leke Fashakin and Olaniyi. Thank you for Victor Olaniyi. Thank you for the creative work, our creative directors. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Seun Olatunde of Prescript Digital. He is the man at the back end handling this conference setup. Thank you for the IT support. Thank you for being a part of Lead Africa Writers Network. Of course, he's one of our major partners. I want to say thank you to Perpetua. You would agree with me that she's just an exceptional MC. She's just an exceptional anchor, and she did such a great job, just like she did with Mark Otabo last year. Now she has come to give us in another level. Thank you so much. She is a broadcast journalist and the creative director of PEP Communications. Thank you. We are so glad for always having you supporting our conference. Thank you so much. And I would not forget the Trailblazers team, the rest of the team, the content team, the creative team, the admins, the publicity and communication, our platform directors. You guys have been amazing. You made this conference a huge success. Already we are getting feedback from people both within Nigeria and outside that we had such a successful virtual transmission. I want to say thank you to you for your hard work, for the weeks that have gone into this work. Thank you so much. And I hope there is nobody I am missing out. And yes, you wonderful participants, If you weren't here, we would not be here at all. So I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for your presence here. Thank you for being our wonderful audience. Thank you for those questions because they made our speakers to talk more, explain more from their wealth of knowledge. Thank you. I hope this conference has been impactful for you because that is what we are all about. My name is Lillian Akunwa, and I'm the founding director of Lead Africa Writers Network. If you look at your screen, you will see our contact numbers of the admin and platform coordinators. You can be a part of our community. We are a growing community, and we are open to receiving you. So finally, as before I log off and hand over to the anchor to end this conference in all, I want to quickly say thank you to present this digitally to our speakers on behalf of the Lead Africa Writers Network. So please, let's have the first person. We want to, thank you. Yes, we are officially presenting this plaque to this digital painting to our speaker, Mrs. Joke Kujenya. Thank you so much. Yes, this is one of the pictures you sent to us, and this was what we brought out of it. It can be printed anywhere you are. For our speakers that are not in Nigeria, you can print it out where you are and put it in your house. This is from Lead Africa Writers. We present this to you and want to say thank you for being one of our speakers. Okay, so all right. The next person we are presenting this to is Patience Salami, and we want to say thank you for being our panelist. You were really wonderful at Emerge Conference 2020, and of course, we would always like to have you back on board. Thank you so much. This is from Lead Africa Writers, and it will be sent to you officially. Up next is Barrister Tejumade Shijuade Oke. Thank you so much for that wonderful session. For those who didn't get to see her face, this is what her face looks like on digital painting. So you can check her out across social media. Thank you so much. She was one of our speakers last year, and it's so great to have her on board again. Thank you so much for being a part of this year's conference and for gracing it, for honoring Lead Africa Writers as an organization. Okay, let's see who else we have. Yes, up next is Tolu Akinyemi. Thank you so much. It was really nice connecting with you, having you as a first speaker. I know that we'll have more collaboration even after now. On behalf of the Lead Africa Writers Network, we want to say a big thank you. Thank you so much. We are so glad and happy that you made it to this conference. Okay, all right. I think that is all for now. And yes, all of this will be sent to all our speakers officially. Over to you now, Perpetua. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you later.
Thank you, Lillian. That was so animated. I can do the excitement and happiness on your face. That's a very good one. All right, it's been the March Conference 2020 with a theme, Shift, Becoming a Transformative Writer. Thank you so much for being a part of this gathering. We look forward to seeing you next year, 2021. I am Perpetua Pastor Peter. See you next year. Bye.
First, let me say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been waiting for. Do you know? for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart today's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart it a beat like do bang. Cause now you I choose, so I am fairly, I know fair. I sing for you, wanna be like you do bang. Baby, now you I go pick up, I am fairly, I know fair. What there we go. See, I may not give the world to you, but I'll give you what I have. Oh. Oh baby, oh, you are my angel, oh. Koduro life, me, oh. Shabby, you know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart, oh, there's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart it a beat like do bang. Cause now you I choose, so I am fairly, I don't fair. I sing for you, wanna be like you do bang. Baby, now you I go pick up.